What's happening, yo? Tonight's one of them nights, man. Tonight's one of them nights, man. It's summertime, man. Tonight's one of them nights, man. Yeah, man. Tonight is one of them nights, bro. What's happening, everybody? How's everybody doing, man? Peace and love. Peace and love to everyone in the world. I love everybody. Uh, I tell you, man. If you love me, tell me you love me. Don't stare at me, man. I hate to go to the can for clapping one of my fans. Mm. Shout out to Alexander Barron, man. As the bear says, if inflation is really down under Trump, why is the $5 challenge now $7? That started under Biden, man. We started that under Biden, man. And listen, man, the media is saying all that shit. I don't believe nothing the media say. I can't believe people still listen to the media, man. God damn. Man, this shit. I'll be right back. 1 second. Yeah, man. I'm back. In honor of all this, Shedeur Sanders talk, man. In honor of all this Shedeur Sanders talk, man.
I got no issue with it. I got no issue with Hurts skipping the White House visit for a couple reasons. Number one, I think Hurts is cognizant of the social repercussions of him attending the White House. I think he's also cognizant of the cultural repercussions of him attending the White House. For those that are unaware of the cognition that I'm referring to, Saquon golfing with President Trump, now on social media, they're calling him Slave Quan. I hate the amount of venom that is occurring for the players who don't go, the Jalen Hurtses, the players who do go, the Saquon Barkleys. Saquon Barkley, by every metric, great father, great partner, great player, great leader. Mm-hmm. So the only thing that I can say I draw issue with, if you will, is Saquon, you can't act ignorant to the repercussions that are awaiting. Can't act ignorant to them. Like, there are some people who feel very passionately, and they will let you know. My book, Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man, it has been banned by the Public Naval Academy based upon those that are in office. Been banned. It's like I have literally faced the repercussions of what is currently going on by our government and society. But you just can't act. My book, Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man, it has been banned by the Public Naval Academy based upon those that are in office. Been banned. It's like I have literally faced the repercussions of what is currently going on by our government and society. But you just can't act ignorant, Saquon. Like, you do have to understand the climate that we're living in. You have to understand the team that you're a part of. You have to understand the era of social media. It doesn't necessarily have to dictate your actions. Yeah. But don't try to act ignorant to the culture that we're existing. It's also
Yeah, his book hasn't been banned. He's lying through his teeth. I don't know why he lied like that when people just checked him. Like, his book's not banned. It should be banned. It should be banned. It should be banned. Now his book should be banned. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, the type of stuff he talks on. Let's just check out. I don't really want to read his book. Let's just see one of his episodes of his show, so y'all get a flavor of what this guy's like, man. What this tether is like. He's a tether.
Welcome to another episode of Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. If we truly want to bring forth change, it not only starts with you and I, but it's also about the next generation. So I'm privileged to be joined by Magnolia co-founders, but more importantly, parents of 5, Chip and Joanna Gaines. How are you all?
We're good.
Doing great. Thank you for having us, man.
Of course. Now, you came with Drake, Gella, Duke, Emmy, and crew. Chip, why was it so important that you bring your whole family here for this conversation?
Oh man, when I saw your video, and it's been a couple weeks back now, I can't believe how time has flown. But I mean, bottom line, our family wants to hear what you have to say. And the idea about having an uncomfortable conversation with the black man, honestly, is exactly what we need for this exact time. No?
Okay, why don't you go get a donut,
Okay,
baby?
go get a donut, little bro.
Who's gonna go get a donut? He'll join us later.
He's like his mom. Thank you.
Now, let's have the uncomfortable conversation. Joe, I know you have some questions.
Yeah. So, we've been having this dialogue with our kids, and Chip the other day, he was wanting to kind of get a pulse on what are our kids, what are they thinking about all of this? And so he asked the kids a question. Hey, pretend like you're at a gas station and you see a black man and a white man. Are you more threatened by either of those two men? And the kids really quick all said no. Why? Like in their mind, they didn't even think about that. And so later, Chip and I were talking, and this whole idea of this colorblind thing came up. Chip said, I'm proud. I think our kids are colorblind. And then we started kind of pushing back on that. And I think our question to you is, I've heard other parents say that they want to raise their kids colorblind. In your opinion, what's the best way to move forward with this conversation?
I think that it's best that we raise our kids to see color, because there's a beauty in color and there's a beauty in culture.
Yeah.
So I'm first generation American. And so I didn't grow up with any animals. I didn't grow up with any dogs. And so my sister got attacked by a dog when she was younger. So now as a 29-year-old man, I can't decipher between a dog that's a threat and a dog that's just a pet.
Wow.
Because I didn't grow up with any animals. And I think that if we don't see color, if we don't expose our children to different colors, two different races, then it'll be the same thing. As a white kid who becomes an adult, you won't be able to decipher the difference between a black man that's a threat and a black man that's just black.
Sure.
A black person won't be able to decipher between a white person that's a racist and a white person who's just white and may happen to be racially ignorant. So I think there's a strength, there's a beauty in seeing color. I don't like the concept of color blindness because colors and cultures are beautiful.
Amen. It's kind of what makes us human.
Exactly.
Everybody's got their own differences and uniquenesses.
Yes.
And even as you imagine our kids here of 5, each one of them have a different look. Each one of them have a different eye color. But, each one of our kids have these uniquenesses. And maybe to your point, it's okay to highlight those things, I appreciate that. I've got a question in that, if you asked anyone, even a racist, if they're a racist, I would almost argue, that all of them would say no. How do we attack and solve a problem that I would say some people in our community don't even understand that we've got?
I think that in America, we have to remember history is meant to be remembered, but history isn't always meant to be celebrated. And I think that we have racism so ingrained into our culture, we don't even realize we're blind to it. I go to Nigeria every summer for a medical mission trip. And there was a sweet middle-aged Nigerian woman who, as I was escorting her into the optometry station to get glasses, she refused to get glasses. She was like, I don't need them. She was bumping into things along the way.
Wow.
Well, 30 minutes later, after we fit her for glasses, there was a huge smile on her face because now she realized she can see the full depth of life, see all the dimensions of life, see all the colors of life.
Sure.
And I would argue that that's the same issue we have in America. Like my white brothers and sisters, until they put their glasses on, they can't see all the dimensions of life. And so they can't understand the full.
Yeah. The problem is that white people don't have their glasses on, man, and they can't see the full dimensions of life, man. White people, man, put your glasses on and everything will be fine. That's the problem in America, that white people aren't putting their glasses on and seeing the full dimensions. Goddamn Tether.
Picture of, maybe
Troublemaking Tether.
having a school named after a Confederate general that I have to attend as a black person, maybe that's a problem.
Sure.
Maybe having...
No, it's not. Niggas don't know who the Confederate generals are. Niggas don't know who the Confederate generals are. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know the Confederate general from a goddamn community organizer, man. They don't know none of that stuff. They don't know none of that. That don't mean nothing to none of these niggas. Trust me. Until some white liberal or some Jew or some troublemaking tether like you come around stirring up trouble, press 1.
Statues littered across campuses that I have to look at of men who would have oppressed, enslaved, and potentially executed me. Maybe that's a problem. So I think that in America, we have to do a better job of properly discussing and placing our heroes.
Sure, Emmanuel, that's powerful, man. I have a quick story about cancer, and cancer is not a real prevalent thing in our family. I was in New York just a couple years back, and I ran into a gal named Gabe Grunwald, and she explained to me about her battle with cancer. And within just a few short years, Joe and I have become just huge advocates of cancer, and we've been to St. Jude and the experience that happened there. And something about your video, Emmanuel, I want to be real clear, was almost like that light bulb moment. I don't have a whole lot of personal experience with cancer and the challenges that people face in that way, but I'm telling you, once I learned about it and I understood it and it affected my soul, I couldn't unforget it. And when I saw your video and even the title, An Uncomfortable Conversation with a Black Man, it was like there was a light bulb that went on in my head. And I was like, I think I've been blind to this reality for maybe my whole life.
And that's my goal of these conversations, for your children, for you, for myself.
When you hear the phrase, we've come a long way, does that feel right to you? Like, is that accurate?
We've come a long way. I would say that it is accurate, but it is incomplete. It's accurate because there was slavery for 339 years. And then after slavery, there were Jim Crow laws. So technically, like, we've come a long way from slavery to Jim Crow, and then from Jim Crow to the new Jim Crow, the last 70 years or so.
Wow.
That is coming a long way, right? Black people are no longer enslaved. However, there's still such a long way to go. I mean, think about this for a second. Last week, it was 53 years ago to the day that Black and white people finally were able to be married. We were spending the night here in Waco last night, and I thought about this for a second at a dear white friend's house, and I realized if this was 70 years ago, I would have been like executed for that.
Wow.
Like, just imagine that.
All the black stars back in those days yeah, he's so dramatic, man. He's so dramatic. Jeez. My man is so dramatic, yo. He's so dramatic, man. And to think of it, white people believe this shit. White people believe this shit. Make sure y'all support the channel via PayPal. We need some sponsors, man. We need some people to sponsor the show, man. Sponsor the show, guys, man. Sponsor the show, community. Yeah, but nah. It ain't just stupid white people believe this shit. A lot of white people believe this shit. This is I guess they're stupid. Yeah, they are stupid for believing it. They're stupid for believing it, but I mean, they're not like stupid people. They're people that are you could call smart in other aspects of life that believe this shit. Yeah, and they brought their children up here to hear this shit from this fucking slimy ass troublemaking tether, man. They brought their children, man. They subjected their children to this, man. They subjected their children to this, man. Now, when their kids go to school, because these two, their kids are rich, man. They're rich. Chip and Joanna Gaines, they're rich, man. I watched this show plenty of times, building all those houses and whatnot, remodeling all those houses. They're rich. Their kids don't go to school with no black folk. Their kids don't go to school with no black folk, man. They don't got no black kids at their school. But as you know, you can't avoid black people totally. You know, as they, interact with black people in the world, this is gonna help shape their interactions with black people. This is dangerous, man. This is dangerous, man. White people, don't subject your kids to this, man.
For a second. Last week, it was 53 years ago to the day that black and white people finally were able to be married. Before we were spending the night here in Waco last night, and I thought about this for a second at a dear white friend's house, and I realized if this was 70 years ago, I would have been like executed for that.
Wow.
Like, just imagine that.
"70 years ago, he'd been executed." What's that, 1950? Like I said, man, all the black stars in the 50s were married to white women. All of them. All of the black stars were married to white women. All the black celebrities were married to white women. All of them. Even more so than today. Would nobody execute you, man, for staying over a white friend house, man? Now, if you raped a little white girl while you were staying over their house, yeah, then the lynch mob might come after you. But if you kept your nose clean, man, stayed out of trouble, man, you'd be just fine.
That for a second.
Wow.
Sure.
If this was 70 years ago when I was staying in a white person's house in Texas as a black man, I would have been executed for that. So have we come a long way? Absolutely. Do we still have a long way to go? No doubt about it. But I'm hopeful to a degree because of this, because of interactions like this, and more importantly, because of you all. So I know, Emmy, you had a question that you wanted to ask.
Are you afraid of white people?
Oh, whoa.
That's what I love
Wait a
about
second.
children. I mean, that is a phenomenal question. I'm not afraid of white people. I am cautious of white people. I think about water and electricity. Water, necessary for life. Electricity, it's also necessary for life. But I do understand if those two have a negative interaction, it could be lethal.
Dang.
Wow.
And so,
Yo, my G, man, why is this dude like this, man? Why is he like that, man? Why would he say that, man, in front of these kids, man? And listen, Alexander Byrne, man. Alexander Byrne, man. Yes, it was all the black celebrities were married to white people back in the day. Look at it. Eartha Kitt. Catwoman. Great black actress. She married to this white guy. Nina Simone. Great black songstress, man. Great black songstress. Married to this white guy. Nina Simone, a great black songstress. She married to this guy from back in the day. Back in the 50s and the 60s. Let's do some more. Maya Angelou. Great black poet, man. She married to this guy, man. She married twice to white men, both the white men, man. Yeah, man. And it goes on and on and on and on, man. Okay. The great black celebrities of the period he talking about where he would have been executed, they all was married to white people. I don't want to go on and on and on forever and ever, but you get the drift, man. Sammy Davis Jr., Harry Belafonte. They had to force Martin Luther King to marry a black woman. James Baldwin, man, getting his back blown out by a white dude, man. Listen, Quincy Jones. This nigga is crazy, yo. This troublemaking tether is crazy, man.
To the new Jim Crow the last 70 years or so.
Wow.
That is coming a long way, right? Black people are no longer enslaved. However, there's still such a long way to go. I mean, think about this for a second. Last week, it was 53 years ago to the day that black and white people finally were able to be married. We were spending the night here in Waco last night, and I thought about this for a second at a dear white friend's house, and I realized if this was 70 years ago, I would have been like executed for that.
Wow.
Like just imagine that for a second.
Wow.
Sure.
If this was 70 years ago and I was staying in a white person's house in Texas as a black man, I would have been executed for that. So have we come a long way? Absolutely. Do we still have a long way to go? No doubt about it. But I'm hopeful to a degree because of this, because of interactions like this, and more importantly, because of you all. So I know, Emmy, you had a question that you wanted to ask.
Are you afraid of white people?
Oh, whoa.
That's what
No, you're a football player. You grew up playing football. Black football players are not scared of white people. No, just say that. Just be honest and say no. Hell no. Just be honest, man.
hopeful to a degree because of this,
Yeah.
because of interactions like this, and more importantly, because of you all. So I know, Emmy, you had a question that you wanted to ask.
Are you afraid of white people?
Oh, whoa.
That's what I love
Wait
about
a second.
children. I mean, that is a phenomenal question. I'm not afraid of white people. I am cautious of white people. I think about water and electricity. Water, necessary for life. Electricity, it's also necessary for life. But I do understand if those two have a negative interaction, it could be lethal.
Dang.
Wow.
And so when I still might use my cell phone charger in the bathroom. You know, as a female, you still might use your curling iron or your blow dryer next to the sink.
Sure.
But you have to remember, if those two things ever have a negative interaction, it could be lethal. So I'm not afraid.
Why would he say that in front of a bunch of children, man? You asshole. You shit stain. You that shit underneath somebody's nail. You worse than the shit from underneath somebody. You that little black mark when you get up off the toilet. that little brown spot on the back of the toilet. If you get up off the toilet, you're that. You shit stain. Why would you tell that little boy that? Why would you tell that little innocent little boy that? You fucktard.
Because of you all. So I know, Emmy, you had a question that you wanted to ask.
Are you afraid of white people?
Oh, whoa.
That's what I love
Wait a
about
second.
children. I mean, that is a phenomenal question. I'm not afraid of white people. I am cautious of white people. I think about water and electricity. Water, necessary for life. Electricity, it's also necessary for life. But I do understand if those two have a negative interaction, it could be lethal.
Dang.
Wow.
And so when I still might use my cell phone charger in the bathroom. You know, as a female, you still might use your curling iron or your blow dryer next to the sink.
Sure.
But you have to remember, if those two things ever have a negative interaction, it could be lethal. So,
yo, what a horrible person, man. You're a fucktard, you piece of shit. You piece of shit, fucktard, ass white. Mark Warning says, fact. All Texans carry both ropes and buckets of tar just for sons who smash glider women. Yeah, I heard about that, man. I heard that, you know, people just was looking out, man. That consumed their whole lives, man. It was a black guy sleeping with a white woman, man. White people couldn't even pay their bills, man. Just worrying about whether some white man somewhere, white woman somewhere was sleeping with some black men. Shout out to Big Larry, man. Big Larry in the building, man. You know he lives around white people, man. This fucking, you're an asshole for telling that little boy that, man. Chip should have punched him in his face for that, man. They should have fired his ass for saying some stupid shit like that to that little kid, man.
I'm not afraid of white people. I'm just cautious. And I think the beautiful thing of children and about children is that we learn things as kids and it develops us as adults, which is why you all being here with your children is the most powerful thing, because this conversation could be life-changing. And not necessarily for their life, but for a life of someone who looks like me. Drake, I know you had a question.
He said this conversation could be life-changing for someone who, so basically him enlightening Chip Gaines, his kids, man, about racism, man, could save them from killing a black person one day, man. You know, that's what happens out here, man. White people just killing black people, man. Yo, this dude is wicked wild, yo.
Learn things as kids and it develops us as adults, which is why you all being here with your children is the most powerful thing, because this conversation could be life-changing. And not necessarily for their life, but for a life of someone who looks like me. Drake, I know you had a question as well.
Yeah. So with all that's going on in the world, do you have hope for the future?
Yes.
Do I have hope for the future? I would say absolutely.
Yes. Okay, there you go. Whew. Whew. Yeah, so he is a human. We at least we know he's a human being. He may be a fucktard asshole, but at least he's a human being. He didn't tell the little white boy that I don't have any hope for the future because of white racism. At least he didn't say that. So we gotta give him credit. He's a human. He has a human, you know, something in him is human. This
thing, because this conversation could be life-changing. And not necessarily for their life, but for a life of someone who looks like me. Drake, I know you had a question as well.
Yeah. So with all that's going on in the world, do you have hope for the future?
Do I have hope for the future? I would say absolutely. But I have hope for the future because of this reason. After I put out my first video, I saw Chip retweeted it. And I reached out to you and you said, I brought my entire family of 7 together because 30 years ago, I saw the LA riots, and 30 years ago, I'm seeing these riots. And I will not let that happen again. So do I have hope for the future? I do, because of a man like your dad. Do I have hope for the future? I do, because of a woman like your mom. But the only way to have hope for the future is if you all listen to these people, if these people listen to me, and if I listen to them, then I think we all have a lot of hope for the future. So, Chip, I thank you first and foremost for being willing. Joe, I thank you for being the matriarch of all matriarchs. And I thank you all for watching another episode of Uncomfortable Conversations with the Black Man. Make sure to follow, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to ask your questions because the
what?
world needs all of us.
Fuck you, man. Piece of shit. Asshole.
Welcome to another episode of Uncomfortable Conversations with the Black Man. Last week's episode featured two interracial couples who spoke about the fear of raising biracial or Black children in America.
I've had people say to me, you know, how can you consciously bring a child into this world of mixed race, knowing the difficulties that you will bring upon them?
But it's a whole nother.
Jesus Christ, man. These people are so fucking dramatic, man. These people are so fucking dramatic, yo. Yo, almost all the faces you see in all of the faces you see in the public sphere, almost a third of the people we see that we interact with in the public sphere are mixed race. There's so many mixed race people in our public consciousness. Like, mixed race is not anything that's new or strange or odd. Muramasa says, cautious of white people, yet people like him always live among gliders and never in the hood. His kids go to school with gliders. Girlfriends, gliders. I bet if he got a publicist or an agent or a trainer or a nutritionist, they're all gliders. This nigga, troublemaking tether, man.
Biracial or Black children in America.
I've had people say to me,
look how white she is too. Like, this dude couldn't have found, he could have went to Scandinavia and he couldn't have found a whiter woman in this, man. This woman is literally invisible against the white backdrop, man. All I see is a sweater. He's sitting there, his black ass gonna probably get up here and then talk about racism and shit.
Can you consciously bring a child into this world of mixed race, knowing the difficulties that you will bring upon them?
But it's a whole nother thing when you have to think about the child that you're going to bring into this world that's going to navigate this world as a biracial person. That is a whole nother door that you're opening.
Baby, you getting your back blown out by a white dude. Is this that girl from that show, Rachel Lindsay or whatever? Girl, you getting your back blown out by a white dude, man. He up in you.
Opening up.
Well, let's open up that door. I'm joined now by Jamie and Aaron Ivey, white parents of a transracial family. Jamie, I was scrolling through Instagram a few days ago, and I saw a picture that confused me. I looked at this picture and I saw a black girl, a black boy, a mixed boy, a white boy. I was perplexed. I texted you and I said, what is going on here? And you said, well, Emmanuel, this is my family. Lovely to have y'all both, Jamie and Aaron from Austin, Texas. Jamie, can you introduce us to your family?
Yes. So we've been married 19 years. This is our oldest on the end, Caden. He's our only biological son.
Okay.
Next is Amos, who was born in Haiti and joined our family at age 4.5.
Okay.
Next is Deacon, who was born in San Antonio, and we have an open adoption with his birth mom,
Yep.
and he's been with us since he was born. And last but not least is our only girl, Story. She was also born in Haiti, and she came home she was almost 2.
Got you.
So that's our family.
Got you. How are y'all? Nervous?
They got 2 kids from Haiti, man. You never see black people adopting these little black kids from Haiti, man. These little kids that's abandoned by the gang wars in Haiti, man. Never see no black people adopting these people.
Nervous, yeah.
I love it. Aaron, as the patriarch of this household, I have to ask, why did you all choose to adopt black children when you could have adopted European children? You could have adopted Asian children. Could have obviously adopted white children.
Yeah. Well, after we had Caden, we knew that we wanted to adopt, but we didn't intentionally adopt black kids. So we didn't go into it of like, we want to adopt this kid from this country. We were just open. We were open-handed.
I mean, I would say when we walked into that adoption agency and they said our greatest need is someone to adopt black and biracial boys. And we're like, okay, that sounds great. Like, I would say that
Black and biracial boys. You know who's snatching up all the biracial girls, man. With the pretty hair and shit and the pretty eyes. You know who's snatching them up.
we would have said we were colorblind.
Mm-hmm.
Like we would have just been like, what does it matter? Who cares? We're like, we'll love any kid. So I don't think we understood what it meant. I think we did not have any idea what it meant to be a black person because neither one of us are black.
Story, how, I guess, awkward is it? And correct me if that's not the right word. When you're introducing your friends to your parents, but your parents are white.
It's hilarious when like my friends would come over, they would like say, wait, these are your parents when they aren't looking. So like I would be they would come upstairs in my room and they would go, those are your parents. And I'm like, yeah, I was adopted. And they'd be like, oh, okay.
We live in a small town outside of a suburb outside of Austin a little bit. And I think one of my greatest fears with having black children is wondering what people think about my kids.
Yeah.
Wondering what they think about them, meaning what?
Always wondering, what do these people out here really think about black people? Because I think white people can be like, oh, I like black people. But do you like,
what are you saying?
What are you saying behind closed
Yeah.
doors when Colin Kaepernick takes a knee, or when George Floyd is murdered, or when Ahmaud Arbery is killed in his neighborhood running? Like, what are you saying then? Because to me, Ahmaud is Amos. Amos runs in our neighborhood all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That scares the living daylight out of me.
Do you all fear for your
Yeah, these people are horrible, man. Yeah, these people are horrible. They're teaching these kids this shit, man. These kids will be all spooked out and scared about some bullshit. Jesus Christ, man.
Do you all fear for your black children's life?
Every day.
Yep.
Amos, what do I always tell you when you go out places?
But but not for what they fear for their black children's lives from being killed by white people or police, but not from niggas who literally are the 99% of the time is going to be the one to do anything to one of their children. Black people, man. She got her kids running around scared of white people. When a white family raised them, took them from Haiti and brought them to America and gave them a great life. And they're teaching their kids to be sour and rude and belligerent to black people.
Yep.
Amos, what do I always
With
tell
the-
you when you
to white
go
people.
out places?
Go with a brother.
You can't ever be alone.
Amos, let me ask you this, because we brought up Ahmaud Arbery, who was hunted and essentially killed. George Floyd, his life was taken from him. When you see those black men get their lives taken, be murdered by white people, does it make you feel any differently about your white family?
No. It makes me scared, but like they love me, but like I don't think they'll ever want to do that.
What about white people in general?
Yeah, I get scared, yeah, in public or something like that.
This is disgusting, man. This is absolutely disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. And now you can't get on here and say, yeah, I teach my kids to be fearful, to put their dukes up, be fearful of white people zipping back and forth through the streets. And Jesus Christ, man. This is absolutely insane, man. This is these kids left Haiti, where the gangs are literally slaughtering people and eating people in the streets. And they brought them here and taught them to be afraid of white people. This is absolutely disgusting.
Why?
I don't want that to happen to me.
Story, I see there are tears in your eyes. Why?
It's just sad to know that somebody might do that to people that look like me or Amos just because out of hatred of our skin color. It's just sad that someone would want to do that. It's scary about I might lose a brother, or I might lose my life, and then I don't want to leave this family, and it's just sad that people would do that.
Wow. We know this has been happening for centuries. This is nothing new. It's not the first time a black man's been murdered at the hands of a white man in power. So I'm thankful for the video. I mean, every time it happens, I call my friend Andrea. She's a black mom raising black boys. And I'm like, I'm so scared. Yeah. And for me, I think I've only understood this fear for 15 years. Mm-hmm. Black moms have been struggling with this fear decades after decades.
Story is tears were in your eyes because you were fearing for your black brother's life along with your own. I just want you to know that I understand that pain. I acknowledge that pain. I too live in and have lived in that pain and in that fear. And that's why I'm just grateful that you would have this conversation so that everyone else can see the pain and the fear that you have to live in on a daily basis, that Amos has to live in on a daily basis, that Deacon has to live in on a daily basis, that I have to live in on a daily basis. But don't let that fear weigh you down, but instead continue to have conversations like these so that you can encourage so very many people. Yeah, someone asked me, they recently said, Emmanuel, they asked me via email, they were a white woman and she adopted Black kids. And she said, how can I maintain my Black kids' Blackness? She said, how can I make sure that my Black kid stays Black? And I wanted to answer this, not only obviously for you all in this conversation, but for those watching, it's simply, you're Black by birth. If you come out the womb Black, then you're Black. You don't lose your Blackness. It's not possible. Now, what can occur is to lose your Black culture. What can occur is to lose your Black heritage. I'm reminded of Tarzan in the jungle. Tarzan was a human, and he was always going to be human, even if he grew up amongst animals, even if he grew up amongst apes. And I think that if white parents aren't careful, then they can strip their Black child's Black culture and Black heritage from them, even to the point of Tarzan wasn't actually Tarzan's name. Tarzan in ape language, as the movie has it, means white skin. I think about my name, Emmanuel Chinedu Acho. Chinedu in Igbo language, Nigeria, where my parents are from, means God guides me. Now, growing up, everybody called me Manny. Manny doesn't mean Emmanuel, doesn't mean God with us. Manny sure as heck isn't Chinedu, as my parents would say it with a Nigerian accent. So whenever my parents call me by name, they call me Chinedu to remind me of my heritage. And so I think it's a matter more so of, you can't maintain Blackness, but you can maintain Black culture. Other people ask me this question, which I'll quickly ask y'all. White guilt. It has obviously been a huge thing, not only over the last decade, but very pressing right now. Would you all say, Jamie, that white guilt played a factor in you adopting Black and biracial children?
No, because I'll tell you this, I think 15 years ago, I wouldn't have understood that term white guilt. So 15 years ago, these conversations, I wasn't having.
They didn't happen. Yeah.
I wasn't having them. I know you were probably having them. We weren't having them.
Why?
Because we're white.
We didn't have
We
to.
have that privilege and we don't have to have these conversations. I think that's been one of the most major thing that's happened in our life. I won't speak for you, but for me, with having a family that looks like ours, is that I now had to come face to face with these conversations about what it is to be Black in America, what white privilege is. I'd never heard that word before in my entire life.
I remember when we first started adopting, people would say like, man, thank you for what you and Jamie did. And we were just always like, what are you talking about?
Why were they
like,
thanking you?
Because of that,
Like,
because
it's
of the
so
white,
nice
the
that you're
white guilt, white
adopting
privilege
a-
thing. It was all white people saying it. Like,
Yeah.
oh man,
Oh,
what
yeah.
you guys did is so amazing. Thanks for saving the world. And for us, we were like, no, you don't understand. Like, they changed us way more than we feel like we've changed anything, because it's forced us to think deeply about conversations in the world.
What we've learned is proximity matters. And so if you're white in America,
Yeah, proximity does matter, man. Give me a city, man. Let's see what's going on out here, man. Let's see what's going on out here, man.
County say 3 men came to a home to rob a group of people and murdered them.
Victims' bodies were found later, dumped in a creek. At least one victim was found with his. The 3 bodies found last week in Hood County are the same 3 people reported missing earlier in the week. Fox 4's David Santandri with more on the clues that led police to the suspects. David.
Well, Stephen, Heather, it was a fingerprint which led investigators to identify one suspect. And then according to an arrest warrant affidavit, that suspect admitted to having involvement in the murder and then flipped on the people he says were also involved.
It's not a reality. This is a movie.
Tiffany Williams, her boyfriend David Walker, and their friend Robbie Head lived at this home off Myrtle Lane in the Granbury section of Parker County, where investigators believe the three were murdered during a robbery Easter Sunday. Fox 4 speaking with Everett Williams, a friend of the couple killed.
Jealousy, greed, that's what I think this is about.
According to arrest warrants, Tiffany Williams' niece went to the home Easter.
Damn, man. Did he say these people were jealous? He said these people were jealous? Wow, it must be rough out there, man. At that town, that must be a rough. That must be the rough side of town, man. If these people got people jealous of them, shit.
Of the couple killed.
Jealousy, greed, that's what I think this is about.
According to arrest warrants, Tiffany Williams' niece went to the home Easter Sunday, but found no one there, the Ring doorbell missing, and the house in disarray. She contacted the Parker County Sheriff's Office. It began investigating and found large evidence of blood inside and signs gunshots were fired. Investigators connected a fingerprint at the crime scene to Trin McKnight. According to arrest warrant,
shout out to Muramasa, man. Muramasa says he won't ask them how they feel about those Pookies and Ray Rays doing carjackings and consistent shootings across the country. You mean like this guy?
McKnight, one of three now charged with capital murder, cooperated with investigators, sharing details of what he says happened. The three suspects, 27-year-old McKnight, 45-year-old Dennis Alexander, and 19-year-old Barrett Copeland, allegedly planned to rob the victims of drugs and money inside the home.
None of that is worth it, bro. Not a damn bit of it, man.
During the robbery, Dennis Alexander allegedly shot and killed all three victims. Alexander sometimes stayed at the victim's home, according to Everett Williams.
He was at the table with me, man. This guy sat across the table from me, man, and laughed and joked, played with me, man.
The suspects allegedly wrapped the victims' bodies, loaded them into one of the victims' own cars, and dropped them off at a creek 1 mile away.
Damn. These the victims. We got multicultural victims, multicultural suspects. Shit, all's right with the world, man. This is the story to bring America together, man. We too divided, man. This story needs to be amplified, man. Look, man, we can kill each other together, and we can be victims together, man.
The suspects allegedly wrapped the victims' bodies, loaded them into one of the victims' own cars, and dropped them off at a creek 1 mile away. Their bodies found 4 days later, April 24th. Arrest warrants were signed on Monday.
And you take what punishments you got because you were sorry for taking my mans from me and everybody else in this world, man.
All three of those suspects charged with capital murder, $1 million bonds. They are being held in the Parker County Jail. According to that arrest warrant affidavit, there might be a fourth suspect, but that person was not named. We'll keep you updated if we learn more. For now, Steve, Heather, back to y'all.
Make sure you support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Also, hit the like button, man. You dropping the link, man. If you want to come up, man, link is in the description box, man.
As DJS faces scrutiny for how it handles juveniles, another young offender learns his fate in court today, nearly 2 years after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Alexa Ashwell was in court for today's sentencing of Tristan Jackson. She joins us live with details. Alexa.
Yes, Guy, Tristan Jackson received the second longest sentence out of the 5 defendants charged in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. 10 years in prison, the first 5 years without the possibility of parole. Tristan Jackson exits the Baltimore City Circuit Courthouse hours after a judge sentenced him to 45 years in prison, suspending all but 10 years of that sentence, followed by 5 years supervised probation as part of a plea for his role in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting back in July 2023. Outside the courthouse, Jackson's family declining to comment and his attorney saying very little. Can we get a statement?
I don't have any comment. Thank you very much.
Only confirming his plan to file a motion to modify Jackson's sentence.
I'm going to file a motion to reconsider, but I don't have any comments about
File
the
the motion
sentencing.
to modify the sentence? Is
Yeah,
that accurate?
I'll go ahead and do that. That's pretty standard.
Prior to sentencing, Jackson's attorneys talked about his childhood exposure to violence, including a shooting at Mervo High School, which they say led him to arm himself with a gun at the school. As a juvenile, that violation landing Jackson on probation and wearing an ankle monitor. The monitor, investigators say they used to track his movements the day of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Jackson's attorneys telling the judge Baltimore police left people to fend for themselves that night, making the conscious decision to not enter Brooklyn homes despite multiple calls to 911. The defense also arguing Jackson did not bring a gun to Brooklyn Day, rather was handed the weapon by his co-defendant Aaron Brown, and the shots Jackson is accused of firing never hurt anybody. The state reiterating Jackson's juvenile criminal history, specifically involving a firearm, his role in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and infractions they say he had while in prison since his arrest in August 2023. The judge ultimately handing down a 10-year sentence for the 4 counts in the guilty plea, with the first 5 years of that sentence coming without the possibility of parole. The state's attorney's office writing in part, Mr. Jackson will spend this time of his life behind bars, reflecting on his decision to carry and use a firearm in our city. Legal expert Jeremy Eldridge, who is not associated with the case, weighing in.
This offender's prior juvenile history was not only taken into consideration in the recommendation made by the state's attorney's office, it was obviously taken into consideration in implementing the sentence by the court. However, it's not the dominant factor necessarily. We know that this case was incredibly complicated and difficult to investigate. We know that BPD, due to the large scale nature of the investigation, had difficulty in identifying and obviously later prosecuting the individuals that were associated with it. So this sentence strikes a perfect balance between accountability and then also recognizing some of the issues that may have been difficult in prosecuting the matter at trial.
Jackson has been in custody since his arrest in August 2023 and will receive time served. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, Alexa Ashwell, Fox 45 News.
Alexa, thank you. Last May, the other 4 defendants charged in the case accepted plea deals from the state. Aaron Brown was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The 15-year-old and 16-year-old defendants each received a 5-year sentence, followed by 5 years probation. And Mekhi Jackson, the first arrest made in the mass shooting, was sentenced to 1 year in prison. As for the 2 people killed in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, Aaliyah Gonzalez and Kylis Fagbemi, well, no one has been arrested or charged with their murders at this time. In March, Gonzalez's mother addressed the guilty pleas.
This is not ending. This is not putting a period on it for us. This is a continuation.
I'm Kai Jackson. Thank you for watching. Here's another video to watch. Also, please take a moment to subscribe to our channel.
Of all the names to achieve a place in the history of crime and punishment, perhaps none has ever got there in quite the same way as the name Wes Moore. Wes Moore himself explains it all in a new book with the perplexing title, The Other Wes Moore. Now Russ Mitchell sorts it all out.
This is Wes Moore, Johns Hopkins graduate, military officer, Rhodes Scholar, charmed life, very blessed life.
Jessup Correctional Institution. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. You may start the conversation now.
Wes, you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you good now.
This is the other Wes Moore.
Out of reach. I thought that I had to be on the streets and be in the life of a crime. I thought that was my only real talent.
It's hard to imagine a more unlikely pairing. One, a celebrated student, college football Hall of Famer, White House fellow. The other, in a maximum security prison, serving a life sentence for murder.
There was this terrible robbery up at the jewelry store, and an off-duty policeman was killed. And
Joy Moore called her son, who was studying in South Africa. She said, the cops are looking for a man in your neighborhood with your name. And I was like, what? And she said, there are wanted posters in your neighborhood saying, wanted Wes Moore, soon to be armed and very dangerous.
Part of me, when I first heard it, was, wow, am I glad Wes is so many thousand miles away that they weren't looking for my son.
All the same, this Wes Moore couldn't get the other Wes Moore out of his mind. He began visiting him in prison and found a man who was troubling and complicated, but also more reflective than he'd expected. I learned just how much we had in common, and more than just our name. Both men grew up in nearly identical drug-ridden areas where both were making names for themselves on the streets and as behavior and academic problems at school. Also, both men were raised by single moms. On the face of it, they were living parallel lives, but in reality, they were heading in very different directions. Here are their not-so-simple stories. This neighborhood was... We'll begin with this Wes Moore. Before he was even 4, his world unraveled. His father, Big Wes, as his family called him, a 34-year-old television journalist in Maryland, died suddenly as his young son watched. I started hearing him come down the stairs, and I ran to the stairs, and then he collapsed, and he just fell. And I remember my mother running in from the kitchen, and a pot falling, and just chaos all around me. And I just remember just staring. In the years following her husband's death, Wes's mother, Joy, struggled emotionally and financially. And she could see their neighborhood outside Baltimore was turning dangerous. So she moved her family to live with her parents in New York. But Wes says their Bronx neighborhood would prove to be worse than the one they'd left. So this was definitely a neighborhood in transition when we actually moved back here. For a kid, it sounds like a lot of opportunities to get in trouble. Yeah, a lot of opportunities to get in trouble when you're...
There were some times I really did feel like I was losing my son.
Back in Baltimore, the other Wes Moore barely knew his father.
This is when they were little.
His mother, Mary, had goals for her children.
Finish school and go to college and get a good job.
It was a hope that Mary herself had grasped, but couldn't hold. She was the first person in her family to go to junior college and was accepted to nearby Johns Hopkins University. But when her funding fell through, she had to work full-time instead, often leaving Wes with his older brother. He was very close to his brother, Tony.
Yes, it was.
Over the years, Mary says she knew Tony was becoming a well-known drug dealer. But she thought he was taking a do as I say, not as I do approach with Wes.
Tony was streetwise and all that, and he knew what was out there, and he didn't want that same thing for his brother.
But by the time Wes was 13, he was already following in his big brother's footsteps. Soon, he says, he started making thousands of dollars a day and never looked back.
You know, I thought everything was supposed to come to me at light speed. But when I was given opportunities to take my time and be patient, I rushed past them.
Around the same time, up in the Bronx, 11-year-old Wes Moore like the other Wes, was looking to the streets for a sense of belonging.
It all starts off with little stuff, walking into a corner store and stealing a candy bar. It's just amazing how fast that graduates to much more serious stuff.
You had a nickname in the neighborhood?
I did, Kid Cupid.
Kid Cupid.
Kid Cupid.
Was that bestowed on you, or did you give that one to
I gave it to myself. I gave it to myself. And my tag was just 2 Ks next to each other with a circle around it. There are quite a few Bronx walls that had this 2 Ks next to it.
This is the place you spray painted?
This is it right here.
And got caught?
Got caught. So my friend and I were actually tagging, and basically a cop car turns the corner and you hear that distinctive like whoop, whoop, you know, the cop sirens.
Right.
They grabbed me, put the cuffs on me, and next thing I know, I was in the back of a police car, and I'm just terrified. I couldn't even imagine that phone call to my mom. Son.
That call never came.
The cop took us out and undid the handcuffs, and he said, get moving.
Did you learn a lot from that?
I think I did for a short period of time. It's amazing how fleeting that is. And all I was looking for was acceptance. And if that meant spray painting some walls, skipping some classes, you know, getting into fights, then that's what I was going to do.
He was heading down the wrong path. I said, no, not again. I lost my husband. I'm not going to lose my son.
His grandparents took a loan against their house to give their daughter Joy the money she needed to send her only son here. Valley Forge Military Academy.
Sending him to military school was probably one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. I agonized.
She'd been threatening me with military school since I was like 8 years old. So I was like, there's no way she's going to send me away.
Do you remember exactly what he said to you at that time?
No, he had more sense than to say exactly what he was thinking.
In those first 4 days, I literally ran away 5 times from the military.
5 times in the first 4 days.
That's right. That's right.
And after that 5th time, even the school had had enough. They brought him to a phone, and he dialed the only number he knew. The 12-year-old started pleading as soon as his mother answered.
She stopped me, and she's like, too many people have worked for you to be here, so you need to give it a shot. So it was really tough for me to hear that level of pain and sincerity in her voice, but I think it was also part of the trigger that really helped it all make sense to me.
What was it about that phone call?
Her persistence. And, you know, my mother wasn't going to give up on me, even though I was giving her a lot of reasons to do so. And the idea that this was bigger than me, that yearning, that acceptance I was looking for, I had the whole time, and it was with my family.
Some of the proclamations.
It was a push that led to many small successes.
After that first year, I was actually doing well academically, and I was doing well tactically, and I was actually allowed to participate on sports teams, because up until that point, I was always on probation. I was starting to say, you know, this isn't too bad, this doing well thing.
He graduated with honors at 17 and returned to the city of his childhood, Baltimore. This time, he was an undergraduate at Johns Hopkins University.
All the barriers, all the glass ceilings, and in many ways, almost you know, self-imposed glass ceilings that I had over me were lifted.
The other Wes Moore's life could not have taken a more tragic and violent turn. On February 7th, 2000, 24-year-old Wes, along with his brother Tony and 2 others, came to this jewelry store armed with guns. Ryland Powers was working there.
Suddenly, 2 guys come around this side, 2 come around this side. Everybody hit the floor, getting, you know.
Standing over him, a man he identified to police as Wes Moore.
Some things you never forget.
But Wes Moore, you saw he had a gun.
He was right here.
What role did he have?
He was more or less like, you know, the ringleader, you know.
Powers says the 4 men were already fleeing when one of them shot Police Sergeant Bruce Prothero in the head and chest at point-blank range. 29-year-old Tony Moore later confessed to the shooting. His younger brother Wes has always insisted he wasn't even at the heist. When he says to this day, you know, he wasn't here, didn't have a gun, he wasn't part of this, you say
lying. He's a lying piece of garbage.
The brothers went into hiding, sparking a national manhunt.
They were arrested in the 2200 block of North 19th Street.
They were captured in Philadelphia. Tony pled guilty to avoid the death penalty. He died in prison of kidney failure 2 years ago. Wes was convicted and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Do you feel bad at all for the officer who died the night of the jewelry store robbery?
Oh, most definitely. And also I see how the pain that the family must feel for the pain that my family feels. And I'm still living. I'm still here breathing and being able to talk to him and speak to him, and hug him and kiss him. And that family don't have the opportunity to do that.
The year of the murder, the Moore brothers' high-profile case often made headlines. But one day, this Wes Moore made a headline of his own.
It was one of the most remarkable moments because I thought to myself, here I was, a kid who literally less than a decade ago was sitting in the back of a police car with handcuffs on and being sent away to a military school for academic and disciplinary reasons. And now I'm standing here hearing a gentleman announce me as a Rhodes Scholar.
Today, the other Wes Moore, now 34 years old, is focusing on his 4 children.
Daddy trying to be a better example to y'all. I don't want people to think of us as being bad people. I think sometimes my children might be embarrassed, but I'm involved and I'm trying to change that.
Yeah, you know what he told y'all to play.
His mother, Mary, is raising 2 of Wes's children.
What would you say you're doing differently?
Well, bring them up in a better environment, getting, better schooling, better education, spending more time with them, participating in activities, all the things I didn't do. Like God gave me a second chance to do it right. So I'm doing it right.
She hopes her son's children will have lives more like this Wes Moore, who still ponders their common name, but very different fates.
I think a tremendous amount of life is luck. Who gave birth to you? Who are your family? Who are your friends? Which neighborhoods did you grow up in? My mother says kids need to think that you care before they care what you think. They want leadership. If I wasn't lucky enough to have people help provide that to me, the kids in the corner sure would have.
So the main focus of the story is they got the same name, but the small part of that is the dude fucking killed a cop.
Yeah, one dude is the governor of Maryland now. This guy right here. And the other dude is, I don't know if he's still in prison or if this was 2010. But this came up.
I mean, he can probably find about 20 more Wes Moores in prison.
Talking the same act, Carmelo Anthony. I found not 1 but 2 here.
What?
No, this is from the BBC website. A 15-year-old boy has admitted stabbing a student to death at a school in Sheffield, but denies his murder.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Wilgoose, also 15, died after being stabbed in the chest at All Saints Catholic High School on Monday, the 3rd of February. At Sheffield Crown Court, the defendant, who cannot be named because of his age, admitted manslaughter but denied murder. He also pleaded guilty to having a blade on school premises. They'll be on trial on the 30th of June. And the other one, you won't believe this. A teenage girl has been detained for 15 years for stabbing 2 teachers and a fellow pupil during a terrifying school knife attack. The 14-year-old girl, who cannot be named for legal reasons, surprise, was previously found guilty of the attempted murder of teachers Fiona Elias, Elizabeth Hopkin, and another pupil at Yagal Diffrin Aman in Ammanford, Carmarthenshire, on April 24th last year. The defendant, who was 13 at the time of the incident, attacked teacher Mrs. Elias during the morning break using her father's multi-tool, which she smuggled into the school.
Damn.
Little monsters, man. They're little monsters.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Jeez.
I think they're probably all gliders, but it's little monsters.
Yeah.
Serious. Lock me rights. I do. So lock me up if I don't know my rights. Lock me up because neither one of y'all nor him see me throw his computer. She is trying. On the ground with her. With her, y'all did not see me throw a computer at all. So what evidence do y'all have to lock me up? Y'all don't have it. So lock me up. Lock me up. Lock me up.
On January 1st, 2025, officers were called when a woman got into an altercation with a friend that she wanted out of her apartment.
Yeah, I saw this one too, but I got another one. I'll put in the back chat. It's like only 10 minutes. It's that's what I came for. I was gonna have you watch that, see your reaction on that one. But it's another body cam video.
I got him on the phone. Look, I have the police on the phone.
Okay, I got that. We're just bringing.
I'm just trying to get my stuff.
All right, man. Stand up.
Won't come in the house.
Huh?
You don't have to walk me back in my house. Okay. You can get her stuff out. Throw my laptop. All my stuff.
Who?
Her. Get her stuff out of here.
No, I don't think so.
He's literally right here. I ain't fought this girl now one time.
Let's go. Hey, what's your name?
Jazz, get her stuff out.
What is your name? What
know.
is your name?
Yo, look how she talking to the cops like they the fucking moving company or something. Yo, yo, fuck is wrong with this bitch? Get her stuff out of my house. Like what? We ain't the fucking movers. They're not the movers.
Huh?
I'm not who called you. I know my
Care
rights.
who called?
I know my rights, and I'm very calm with you. So I'm telling
What is your name?
I'm telling you to get her stuff from out of my apartment.
I'm asking for your name. So
Jessica.
Jessica what?
Jessica. I'm being dead ass serious.
If you're lying, you'll have something charged. Just so you know.
I would have never thought her name was Jessica.
What's your middle initial?
My name is Destiny. My name is Destiny. Get her stuff. I don't have to talk to y'all.
Yes, you do, actually.
I actually don't, because I did not call y'all.
Yeah, you do.
I did not have to. I didn't call y'all. So I don't
It doesn't matter if you called or not.
I know my
The point is
rights,
that-
sir.
okay. Oh, really?
I don't. Yes.
Then you really don't, okay?
I do. I did not call y'all, so I don't have to
Okay.
give you guys any information. I'm
Fine, your
very
name's
calm.
Destiny?
I am very calm with you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You clearly see that my brain is on the ground. You clearly see that my things are not out here.
Destiny?
I don't want. I will not
So
like
the
to
fact
talk
that
to
your
you
name,
guys.
that your hair is on the ground means that you do have to
And
talk
then-
to us
and then
because
once
you
you-
were
no,
involved in
and
a
then-
domestic.
I did
That
not
means
call you guys for
I
the
don't care if
domestic.
you
And then
call.
once you guys came up, you seen that she was on top of me.
Correct.
You guys
So
seen that.
we need everybody's information.
So no, you don't. You need her
You need to know.
information.
You think you know your rights, you would know that you have to provide your information to us.
Pull it up.
Okay?
Pull it up.
Pull it up. Pull what up?
What?
The point that you are required to give it because it's a domestic battery investigation?
That I have to give you guys my information.
This isn't a law. Telling you that. We're telling you.
I
I'm
know,
telling
so
you.
pull it up. Give me any type of evidence. You have any type of.
I was verbally telling you that. Huh? It came out as a 204. 204? Okay. So Destiny, what's your last name?
It does not matter.
Yes, it does.
Well, the
You're
fact
there,
that
we're
you
just-
told us two names means that you already committed a crime.
Yes. No. Here, you can talk to him. He'll tell you the exact same thing. Okay?
All those sisters in here, I don't need all of this.
Destiny, what is your last name? What's your middle initial?
See,
What's your date of birth?
you can figure that out.
No, you can tell me it.
No, you can figure that out through your tattoo.
No.
No,
You're required to
I-
give it, so.
Actually, you can figure that out. after
No, you
your
can,
tattoo.
huh?
I don't have to tell you guys anything.
Yes, you do, actually.
No,
You
I
told
do
us
not.
multiple
No, I
times.
do not.
Yes.
No, I do not. I am not. You guys have not charged me of a crime, so I do not have to give you guys any of my information. I am very aware of my rights. I do not have to give you guys no information. No, I don't. No, I do not. I did not call you guys, nor did I commit a crime.
Okay?
You did. You sent her a laptop on the ground. Said
I didn't. Did you see that?
She told
Did
us.
you see? She told you that. So that's not committing me of a crime. That's accusing me of crime.
Destiny!
Jay. Like, let's be fucking for real. Get her stuff so I can go back to my house.
No, you're not going into your room.
Yes.
Your apartment.
You
No,
can't
you're not.
tell. You can't
Yes,
bar
you
me
can,
from
actually.
coming to my
Yes, we
apartment. Okay, so what? So you guys can look me up. Exactly. So what's going on?
Yeah,
What?
what's your
So
birthday?
look me up and do it.
Here's the deal.
Look me up and do
Destiny,
it,
look at me.
please.
Look
do
at
it.
me. Look at me.
I'm not giving you guys any more
So here's the deal.
information.
And you're going to get arrested
For what?
for obstruction.
Because I
right
gave
now-
you guys
right now
my
you- Right now
information.
you've committed a crime.
Jay,
Right now you've committed a crime, and you're refusing to give us your information.
what
can either
crime did I
slam
commit?
it and damage property.
Did she? say that she's gonna file first of all, neither one of y'all, nobody seen me.
Investigating a crime.
Nobody seen me
That's
slam.
happening. So right now, here's your
Listen to
options.
me.
Either you go in handcuffs or you give me your birthday. Do you want to
can
go in
put me in
handcuffs?
Let me lock my door.
No. Do you want to go in handcuffs or do you want your birthday?
Jay, Jay,
Yes or
they
no?
put me in handcuffs in front of my sister. Is that what you want?
No, this is what you want.
Jay, is that what you
Hey,
want?
Pantheon's in the
They're
back.
trying to put me in handcuffs in front of my sister. Is that what you want?
Destiny?
Jay, you figure it out right now because I'm not giving them my information. So is that what you want?
you are.
No,
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Because it's not just that. It's also.
Then we'll take you back to the police department. You'll stay there until we get your information.
Ash,
You're not going anywhere.
I'm
You're
not
not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere.
Ash, lock the door. Ash, lock the door.
That's fine.
Ash, lock the door and don't let nobody in. Call mommy and Jess. You can put me in handcuffs.
You're really gonna make us?
I'm dead ass serious. I know my rights. I know my rights, and I'm dead ass serious.
You don't know your rights.
I do. So lock me up if I don't know my rights. Lock me up because neither one of y'all nor him see me throw his computer. She is
You were on the ground with her.
with her. Y'all did not see me throw a computer at all. So what evidence do y'all have to lock me up? Y'all don't have it. So lock me up. Lock me up. Lock me up.
You know your rights.
Lock
You know the law better than
exactly.
you, right?
I know my rights. So lock me up.
Let me ask you a question.
Baby, lock me up. If these are my rights,
Destiny,
lock me
stop
up.
talking for a second.
Okay, this is not a bad one, yo. I actually think that their sister wasn't as bad as she wasn't that bad.
Yep. She was actually calm considering it's a sister.
Yeah, she wasn't that bad. That was I'll give her credit for being a decent son sister, man.
If you want to see a bad one, click on the link I sent. It's like a 10-minute one.
Yeah. Morning, Ak. Morning. Stop insisting. I have a link in the back too. It's a very interesting one about a fatal drive-by and the reaction of the actual shooter just completely disregards their actions.
Was that the one with the tiger who got shot?
Yes. Oh, did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. It was disgusting. And it was not only the shooter,
the
other people that were involved.
Yeah.
I don't have a picture because my stuff got damaged in my last house.
That's missing all the numbers from here over.
Alexander Barron's in the back.
Hold on. Shout out to Gouch Malone, man. Gouch Malone says, salute up. Here's something to get YouTube censored a sense of humor. Yeah, salute to you, Gouch.
Hey, Og, let me ask you a question real quick. Because I think you're very well versed in that type of stuff. You kind of dig into it. I was wondering if you know about this or not. But for the past couple of days, I've been hearing the term buck breaking. And I was thinking about it. And I was thinking, like, is that a real thing? Like, these slave masters all of a sudden, just to prove a point, they turned gay and want to talk some like dirty assholes just to do that type of shit? Like, was that a real thing?
That was, I mean, yeah, it wasn't uncommon for masters to take liberties with their slaves, and if the masters were gay or if they were bisexual or whatever, they would take liberties with the male slave. But the whole buck breaking thing, you talking about Shedeur Sanders and whatnot?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like in the back in the day, like because that term is so used. I was just wondering if that's just some sort of a mythical thing that has been brought up, or was it an actual thing like recorded in history?
I thought
Like
buck breaking was like when you make two male slaves sleep with each other, not the master and the slave.
Right, that I can probably understand because like the master doesn't have to end up getting fucking hepatitis or something just to prove a point.
I thought it was between two slaves. It's almost like you're breaking them down mentally.
Yeah, I mean, we can look into that in a little bit. I know a lot of these terms that blacks use, they don't understand it. They don't understand the depth of it. You know what I mean? Like in what it's really about, and how it, was carried out. So I'll look into that, man. We'll look into the bunk breaking thing, but
Yeah, I've never associated it with the master and the slave at all. I just thought it was between two slaves or other implements, and I'll just leave it at that, and the slave. I never connected it with the actual master physically with his slave.
Right now, I'll go back to the house.
I don't have a lot of good news for
Sorry,
you.
Alexander Barron's in the back.
They want your tag back as well, so I have to take that. Okay. With the kids. Yeah, whatever you gotta do. Yeah. So give me a second to take the tag off, and then I'll come back up here. I'll get you out of here, okay?
I'll take it off. Excuse me.
I got it.
No, pardon me.
Please go have a seat.
It's my car. I'll take it
No,
off.
I did not ask you to get out of the car.
Okay, Aaron.
Go have
Why
a
are you
seat.
putting your hands on me?
I did not ask you to get out. Have a seat.
I can get out of the car if I need to. I'm literally taking
This is
it
the
off.
last time I'm going to ask you. Have a seat.
I'm trying to get some water out of the car. Why are you
Stop. Resist me.
Don't you put your hands on me. I'm just trying to get some water from my
Tango 13, I need another one.
Get
Right
off
now.
of me.
10-18, please.
You better take your hands off of me. Take your hands off of me. Take your hands off of me. Pregnant, get off of me. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off of me. I do not know you. Get your hands off of me. I just said something. He's dragging me. He's dragging me. I'm trying to get my ball. Let me go. Put my foot down. I'm gonna walk over there. Stop. Can you let me go? Can you let my foot? Let my foot go. Don't do that. I'm trying to say. Don't do that. I just said hospital because I couldn't breathe. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
You can't breathe.
I was pregnant a couple of days ago.
I was pregnant a couple of days ago.
You are not my person. I just said I will help you take off the tag off of my car. You're unkind, racist.
Ma'am.
I just want
And for these.
off of me.
He's bleeding.
Can you
She
please?
just pulls out of his pocket stuff.
I did not take that.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
Yes,
Okay.
you did.
Excuse me.
Yes, you did.
Although it wasn't captured on the body cam, as per the police report, Danielle slapped the glasses off the officer's face, leaving
Doesn't
him
that
bleeding,
officer look like
then
Derek
removed
Chauvin?
his radio and even tried stabbing him with his own pen. She's really on some John Wick shit.
In the gas station parking lot.
He's bleeding. You did that.
Get on the ground now. Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
On the ground. Jumper.
Why are you putting me on the ground?
Sir, there's kids in the car.
I'm pregnant. Get off of my stomach. Please. Get off of
Stand
my
back.
stomach.
Stand back. Now.
Hey, guys. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right, guys, okay?
I don't want to put my weight on my stomach.
Okay.
Please.
Give me this one and then we'll
Okay,
go inside.
The ground is. I'm trying to. Ow! I'm pregnant. Get off of my stomach.
Sir, is there any weapons in the car? Do you have any weapons on you? Yeah, I'm just going to pat you down real quick so you can deal with the kids.
Stop it. Stop it.
You're fine. You got to get it out. You're fine. Tighten it up. Hold up. No, you can breathe. You're fine.
The officer had her by the leg. She was hopping. He was telling her to get down. He told her to get down once, but then as I got closer, I could see he appeared to be in distress. He was bleeding from 2 to 3 areas on his face. Okay. She looked at me. I looked at her and I was like, what did you do? Yeah. Get down.
Tighten it up.
Okay, tighten it, please. Please take me out. Please, I beg you, please. Okay, please.
Are you asking to poker stick me?
No, I just got paid. I'm a veteran. I'm a retired veteran.
All right, you just hang on with the kids so they don't have to listen to the others, okay? They're scared. I know. I get it. I get it. He had a spare tag. We're trying to fix the car. Go pay the tag stuff. I got you, man. I got you. And I told her let the officer take the tag. I said let the officer take the tag off.
Then all of a sudden she started struggling. She reached for the officer and she took the pen out. Okay, wow. Put it to her right hand. My impression was she was going to use it as a weapon and stab him in the face or the neck. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. And I screamed at her, got her attention. I reached over and took it from her.
Awesome. Thank you for doing that.
That's when all the
police arrived. Thank you so much for what you did.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You're not going to get enough credit for it, but just know you did an awesome thing for us. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right.
I promise I won't do anything.
Relax.
All right. Take a
Wake
breath.
up.
Take a breath. Take a breath. We're gonna set you up. Okay? Can you please help me up? Please. I promise you I won't move.
She's just Jamaican and crazy. I told her, I said, let the officer take the tag off the car. She said, she want to take it. I said, no, let him take it off. I'm military. Okay. Let him take the damn tag off.
Is she driving the car?
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on. So you're the driver? Okay.
No, I said, let's take an Uber.
Wake up.
Can I cut these? Take me a pound, please? No, ma'am. Hold on. Can I please get my bearing? Hold on.
Did she fall asleep again?
No, we've lost him.
Excuse me.
Somebody phoning.
Damn, that was early.
It's just
We're
chaos, man.
on the cusp of losing you, Ak.
Every Negro arrest is just a fucking chaos.
What was this over? So trivial.
It's just chaos. Jesus Christ.
Ak, can you do the link in the back chat? My link. It's a very interesting watch.
So what do you think was going on in her head? There's like no room for like self reflection, like what I'm doing may be wrong. Like it just doesn't cross her mind that what she's doing is wrong, and then she's completely being like targeted. That's like she can't comprehend any of this.
No,
I think a lot of times when they start chimping out, they are trying to it's a last ditch to intimidate the cop.
But I never understand it, because once an officer kind of physically stretches his hand out to you, like you've lost, you cannot be saying "get off me." Like once they approach you to either put your hands behind your back or restrain you, the whole "get off me" and fighting them, like you've lost. And I never understand why they keep going. Don't get off me, get off me, get off me.
It's just so hard to imagine that without body cams, they'd still be like claiming that they were getting policely brutalized, whatever they call it.
Yeah, I mean, when she goes back home to everybody around her, the story is going to be how evil this white racist cop treated her. That's going to be the story.
What exactly happened there? What was it? What did he stop her for?
An expired tag on her car, and he had the authority to remove it, and she wanted to take it off herself. So I think as he went to go to the back of the car, she followed him, and he was like, stay there. And no, I'll do it myself. And then, yeah, she stabbed him with a pen.
She hasn't getting arrested. It's stupid.
Yeah, which makes no sense. Like, I'm gonna fight you over. I want to be able to be the one that takes the plate off, not you. That's where you're gonna that's what you're gonna fight over. That's just so strange to me.
Yeah, but anyway, this one's crazy. Just even the reaction of the perpetrators. Well, it's a non-surprising reaction, but with everything caught on camera, it's very interesting.
I think Ak is out.
Nope, I'm not out. I'm just waiting for you guys.
Oh, okay. Well, you never know.
You press play at least.
It's generally assumed
it's like Russian roulette.
Are safe, but this case reveals a different reality. On the 4th of July, 19-year-old Matthew was celebrating the holiday with his family and friends at home. Everything was going well until they noticed a white Kia driving a little too fast. When the neighbors asked them to slow down, someone from the rear seat suddenly shot Matthew. At first, the kids thought it was fireworks, but then they saw Matthew lying on the ground in a pool of blood. The family frantically dialed 911, seeking immediate medical assistance. Medics arrived on the scene within minutes and began life-saving procedures on Matthew, who was still breathing. One bullet had entered his temple and exited through the back of his head, while another had gone through the window and into the house.
You got a gunshot wound to the right temple on this side. Right temple. I'm trying to hold pressure. Just hold pressure. I'm holding pressure.
Matthew, keep fighting. Matthew, keep fighting for us.
Hey, can we have everybody back up? We're going to have medics coming in here. Everybody back up towards the front, please.
You guys ready? Do you know?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
The white Kia was the second car, and they're driving hella fast. We pull out in the street, and we're like, hey, slow the down. There's kids, there's dogs, like, slow the down. The dude in the back seat of the Kia, the second car, he was like, they smashed off, and they started firing out the window. 3 shots. And I saw the spark come out the back window.
Which car did that come from?
The Kia, the 4-door Kia.
Okay,
And so we were like, we weren't sure what was going on until they started singing. And we came down, and then I was like, and then I called.
Did you see what the person shooting looked like?
Yeah, there's a black dude with like short dreads in the back of the seat.
That's my son. So did you guys see it? I was inside the house.
Yes, we were all next to it. It happened so fast. We shot it. He still got the hand. It looked like he was shooting in the air, and I feel like the recoil pushed it down. But he shot 5 times. It was completely all tinted, and it was the back passenger seat right here.
So can you guys? I know this is hard to remember, but can you guys remember? So what we got so far is a white Kia sedan.
I don't know. I thought it was a Mercedes. I don't know. It was a white car. It was like
just a white car.
It was a white car. It was tinted. The windows were black. We didn't see anything, and we were just waiting. And then he said it was a white sedan. We heard white sedan.
All we have is a white sedan.
Either it's a Kia or a Mercedes. I don't know. It looked like a new car, and he was passing by, and the windows were tinted. And then we heard shots, and then I see my brother next to me fall backwards, and then I didn't know what happened. I thought maybe the fireworks went off. And then the fireworks went off, and then I see blood, and then I called her.
Yo, I can't handle any more of this, man. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
no.
man.
Fast forward to the police chase, like when they actually get the guys. Hold on, I should have told you the. It is.
Wow. I mean, that's some real grade A Filipino chimping.
Female driver.
Yeah, it's more like 12 minutes when they get the guys. It's 12 minutes.
I don't know if I can hang around for that.
No. You just need to see the perpetrators.
Where is it? Where? Okay, all right.
And just it's like 12 minutes in. Yeah, kind of from there. So this girl was the driver, and there was a sun man in the passenger seat, and then a sun man in the.
They shot somebody said.
Yeah.
Looking like it's likely to be.
Because they were asked to slow down.
So not fair. It's ridiculous. Unnecessary.
Makes me want to own a gun because I don't want to have a gun, but we want to own a gun to protect my family. It's like stuff like this. Like
yeah, well, you have the right to exercise that Second Amendment right for protection, and I encourage you to do so.
Antonio was not very happy with how the officers were treating him, as he had peed in his pants. However, he and Angelique were about to face a much more difficult situation in the interrogation room.
Talking to the guy right there, bro. He wasn't even paying attention to me, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. I asked you a simple just go to the bathroom. That's it. You was just sitting there talking. You got him standing in my face, not doing nothing. Like, can I just, like, what the fuck? I ain't never did this a day in my life. Just piss on the floor. Could you at least call my mom, please?
Yeah, I will do it. And the detectives are going to be here soon, and they're going to talk to you, all right?
Please.
All right?
Tell them hurry up.
Okay, they're going to be here soon. Our detectives are notoriously slow.
What's your name? Because you're probably one of the nicest police I ever met.
Officer Zyke. It's the only one with a Z in the department.
Thank you.
All right, I don't.
Well, what's your first name?
Antonio.
Antonio. We're gonna take you back to the CIS. So, can you put your feet down? Have a seat, and then I'll put these ankles on you, okay?
He could care less that he murdered someone, but wants to talk to his mom after peeing in his pants.
So let's go back a little bit earlier. So who were you with earlier?
Who was popping fireworks?
Okay, who was in the car with you?
Not sure. I was popping fireworks.
I'm going to ask, and I apologize. I'm a little hard of hearing.
I just know I was popping fireworks.
Okay, just try to verbalize as well as you can. Okay. How did you end up with the people that you were in the car with?
I ended up seeing them. I just got school picked up.
Where'd you get picked up at?
Picked you up at Winco?
Yeah, like not like the parking lot, but like out near it.
Who picked you up at?
Those people that was in the car.
There was an incident earlier tonight. Can you tell me about that?
Can you tell me about it?
No,
Because
we're not here to tell you.
Yeah, but okay.
You're the driver. Okay, we're asking you to tell us. If you want to talk to us, we're here to listen. But we're not going to be answering your questions.
Let me explain something. Okay, we're giving you an opportunity right now. Okay, the car you were driving. Okay, the car that you were in was identified as being involved in a shooting tonight. Okay, now that being said, now's your opportunity to talk to us if you want to do that. Okay, we were told that you wanted to tell us something. Is anybody else with you guys?
No name, but
who was driving the car?
You gotta see who was driving.
I didn't see who was driving because I wasn't with the cops.
We're the guys that come in after the fact, right?
I didn't see who was driving. That's why I'm asking who was driving.
Watch as Antonio becomes defensive at the end of the interview when the officers ask him about the gun.
I was loaded, so I fell asleep. I don't know who else was in the back seat with me, but I remember somebody being in the back seat. But I fell asleep. And let's say about.
What if I tell you the car that you were in, okay, was on a video and was involved in a shooting on 35th Avenue by Brigadoon Elementary School?
I really don't know what to say. I don't know why.
You're the driver of a car. So I'll explain this. You're the driver of the car involved in a drive-by shooting where somebody was shot. That puts you in a pretty bad position, but you may have information that may weigh in your benefit or may not. You're the only one that knows. So this is an opportunity for you to talk to us and tell us who was seated where, who shot, who did what.
If I'm timing right, 15 minutes later, I wake up to 30 police pointing guns at me.
So I was sitting in the Momo was in the passenger seat.
What is his room name?
I don't know.
Momo, do you know what he looks like?
The one with the dreads.
Okay, I had understood that both of them have, that there's two others that were in the car that have dreads.
Long dreads.
Okay.
And then Tony was in the back seat.
What is his, do you know what his name is?
I know.
Do you just know him as Tony?
Yeah.
Okay.
When even leaving Essence's house, there was fireworks everywhere.
Who is Essence?
The owner of the vehicle.
The white Kia?
Yes. All I know is that when I got to, it was the Auburn Freeway, because we were going to Muckleshoot to go blow up fireworks. because we had just got some loud fireworks. We got pulled over. Well, I got pulled over right after West Valley.
And everybody hit the like button to wake Ak up.
She lives by Brigadoon.
On 35th Avenue Southwest.
Where are you at?
Where you?
The guy got bed at 6 o'clock.
Away.
Okay, but you don't know what street she lives on?
Yeah.
Okay,
I just
so
know
Brigadoon. Okay, so what time did you leave her house? So, were there any?
But it's just
when you
the
left her house,
evasiveness.
were there any problems?
There was no, actually, when we were turning around the corner.
Yeah, I mean the shooter, you know, he says
standing in the road with her arm out.
he's so desperate to get away from that.
In front of us,
Yeah, the shooter's so desperate to get away from this situation where he's the only way he can say it is he was unconscious. Like, oh, I fell asleep. So he's like, oh, I was unconscious when it happened. Like, come on, man.
Meanwhile, he took his shirt off because of the GSR. He wanted to use the toilet so he could wash his hands to get rid of the GSR. Like doing all these things, and then goes off on the cops. Oh, you allowed me to pee my pants. You allowed me to pee my pants. Like that is the only thing flowing in his mind. Not that he shot out of a moving car recklessly and someone has been shot.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he committed that crime. I wouldn't even I'm not even surprised he has no remorse for it. Because only a psychopath like that could even,
and
behave
he's
like
so
that.
nonchalant about it.
Yeah, but even the worst part is not only these three psychopaths, but the car that they were in was her cousin's or was that dude's cousin?
It was her friends or her cousins.
Yeah, and then a couple of days later, when they had to go and talk to that lady, was like, "Hey, we're gonna keep your car until the trial is over, whatever." She acted like she was more inconvenienced by the fact she was like, "Oh, great! Now I have to pay for a car that I'm not driving."
Using it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that just the entire family is just a bunch of psychopaths.
And then the mother, when they arrested the second guy, because he ended up shooting as well. When they arrested the second, was crying as if her son had died.
Right. She was more. Yeah. She wasn't crying the fact that she found out he killed somebody. She was crying for the fact that he's potentially going to jail.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, though, if Ak is ever involved in a drive-by shooting and he said he fell asleep in the back, I think he has a very good alibi now. Very good alibi with these videos.
It'll be within 30 seconds, and everyone will say yes, he was asleep.
Right. We're all gonna come to his character defense and shit. Yeah, he fell asleep.
Yeah, man.
Ak, you're hitting a record because I know when I'm tired, but you go within 20 seconds, not even 30 seconds. And then you wake up and nothing happened for you.
Fabian in the building. What's up, Fabian? How you been, man?
It's a superpower.
Okay, yeah. Shout out.
I'm the exact opposite of Ak, actually. My friend does that too. Sometimes he'll come over, he'll just fall asleep on the couch before watching something. But for me, for some odd reason, no matter how sleepy I am or how little sleep I have, if I'm watching something or doing, I can't fall asleep until I actually deliberately put myself to sleep.
Wow, I used to be like that, but I mean, over time, I've been able to get more rest. It sucks not being able to sleep. I was insomniac as a child, so
yeah. No, I kind of envy that about him and you, how you guys can just kind of just doze off like that, because I can't do it.
I'm just glad you don't drive at night, Ak, because you'd be the cause of so many crashes.
Yeah.
Did the driver fall asleep? Yes, and then he woke up.
Yeah, man. Oh man.
It's a very sad watch, that video. 19-year-old with his family gets shot in the head, dies 3 days later.
And he wasn't with the people that told him to slow down, right?
No. I think his siblings did the hand motion of slow down, but it was the other neighbors. And then he, at the beginning of the video, was literally just throwing poppers on the floor. So he literally did not say anything to the shooters at all. But again, it's like driving through a neighborhood that's not yours. You're in a car that's not yours. And the people who live there say, slow down. We have children out. We have this. And you feel some type of way. So you circle back because they circled back.
Oh, okay. And they shot him.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, why are there so many black people in jail?
Yes. Another two more black men in prison. Yeah, because they deserve to be. They should be.
We have to change laws. We have to change laws and make shit legal. Make different shit legal. So that
did you get the correct one? Did they have a shared name? No, it's the correct one. Everything was caught on video.
Yeah, I mean, those types of decisions that sons make. I could be guilty of those too, man. I mean, I could have done that plenty of times. The rage that, goes through your body when you're told to do something or you're given an instruction by somebody and your son it's real, man. It's real.
But do you think, I mean, to what extent do you think that's contextual? Like, if you look at like Maasai, right? Maasai, right?
The tribe?
Yeah. Or any similar. Did they have? Presumably, they don't have a similar experience of being told not to be somewhere, not in their culture, within the confines of it.
I don't think it's that deep. I just think that anyone, like, we've all had an experience from growing up as children when an adult has, we've been caught out when we know we're not meant to be doing something. An adult has essentially like embarrassed us. You're too big to, you should know better. You're too big to know that's incorrect. And you have to take the embarrassment and carry on. But for some reason,
but people respond differently for different reasons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sons just cannot handle
exactly right. There's a consistent difference.
Yeah.
But my conception of that, it helps if you hang around a lot of toddlers, because you find that when a kid, especially starting in their second year, when they've turned 1, a lot of contemporary children, it's almost universal. They're lacking a consistent experience in their lives of having it demonstrated to them non-negotiably that they're going to have to consider the effect of their behavior on the preferences of people around them, on the order of the environment around them, and adjust. Because if they don't do that, if they want to test that and they want to push boundaries and test, the result of the test that they're going to get is that their access to resources diminishes in response to that. And mainly when you're that age, it's the resources attention. But because the culture has changed from, having kind of a cohesive culture where people have roles that are not negotiable. You don't live where you live because you chose that and paid for it. Everything you do as an adult is nested into the whole kind of history and functioning of the society that you live in. And that is imported into the household where parents set boundaries, enforce boundaries, and they're not negotiable. You can't just, if you got to go to the grocery store to get milk, for example, you're not going to be on the phone later on and say, oh, we had to get milk, but my 2-year-old wouldn't let me. You hear this all the time from parents now. And that's insane.
I wasn't able to leave the house. I couldn't even get them in the car.
It's insane. It's insane. But I think this is a very similar circumstance to some people displaced into European cultural environments because they're not getting signals of authority that resonate with their psychology, that resonate with how they evolved to negotiate resources.
I would say it's slightly different, Fabian. I would say that they did have it, even if we want to say displacement, where they entered into white society, but they were under control. And when they were under control, everything worked better because even the ones who were completely out of control were dealt with immediately.
Exactly, but they were dealt with in a way that resonated enough that it prevented.
Yeah, exactly. A trial would be three days to, if something happens on Monday, by the Friday, the perpetrator's dead.
Right.
Trial done.
Exactly. And that works. And you see how customs are enforced in the place where those people evolve. You get barbecued in the street.
Yeah. So for me, it's when the lack of control by gliders was removed to say, oh no, we have our equal civil rights, have exactly what we have. We feel you can maintain yourselves.
Right. Well, that's because
the evidence has shown otherwise.
Gliders en masse were coerced to project their psychology onto people that had a very different psychology. It's taboo to think that there are fundamentally different psychologies at play. And so
you saying this has something to do with being told to do something and reacting by like shooting somebody?
Yes, because what happens is when you see this with small children, it becomes compulsive for them to do the opposite of what they understand is desired of them, because the way that they try to get to resolve the ambiguity of inconsistent boundaries, because they expect grown-ups to not just throw under the bus what they have to do because some kid is whining, and yet that's what grown-ups do. So this leaves the child unable to adjust themselves to the environment intelligibly. They have no basis on which to build a social identity to maintain good standing. So the mechanism that they come equipped with is to transgress what they understand people to prefer of them, hoping that it's going to get sufficient pushback that they can fill the gap. But when it doesn't get sufficient pushback, the impulse to transgress just escalates and escalates and escalates. And you find by the time a kid turns 2, this is what 2-year-olds are famous for, but it goes on 2, 3, 4, 5. It never ends. It just gets refined as people get older. That impulse to transgress becomes central to the identity, and they're constantly scanning the environment for something against which to push in order to try to find something that's going to push back against them so that they can get their bearings. And I think some people are kind of perpetually in this state where the European systems of enforcement and resource distribution aren't giving them a foundation that makes sense for them to build a social identity. Whereas left like an African tribe somewhere that's just enclosed, it's just them. They build these structures fine. So when what I'm thinking of is when you watch these videos of Sun women fighting with cops and pushing it, looking for any opportunity to push against them, and she knows they don't want her to get out of the car. That's why she did it. She knows they don't want, so doing things that these people know perfectly well are going to escalate the situation in some way. There's a compulsion that becomes central to the whole identity. And you see this with Black identity in America. Central to that identity is transgression against the dominant order.
I don't necessarily disagree. I just think, again, because in olden days, if she tried to get out of the car, the cop would have been able to slam that car door on her. And then whether she says, ow, you hurt me, he's like, that's your problem. That's your fault.
I agree. No, we're agreeing entirely. We're agreeing entirely. It has changed. It used to work. We used to be, but what went along with that was that it was not taboo for the common sense to be that we're just different. But now you're not supposed to think that.
Now tell me this. Do you think that has anything to do with like the crying about racism, about everything?
Oh, like absolutely.
Everything is racism.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's not about racism. It's like toddlers do this when they find, like when they cry, when they whine, when they complain, and it's obvious nothing's really going on. Nothing's wrong. Oh, you spilled water, you fell down, something like that. But they're taught, especially all throughout their second year, that if you have some plausible basis for a complaint, you will get free resources. And that's consistent, and it works. If you hand them that button and it keeps working, they're going to keep pushing it. They're going to keep pushing it until it doesn't work anymore. As long as it works, they're going to push it. It doesn't have anything to do with
enough.
It doesn't have anything to do with racism. It doesn't have anything to do with having spilled water. It doesn't have anything to do with falling down. It's just like the world around you, the people who are in a position to actually make decisions about what happens and carry them out, gave you a button that when you press it, you get a bunch of attention, which extrapolates out to any kind of resources, GoFundMe, money, like welfare, whatever. They gave you a button that every time you push it, you get flooded with free resources. And that tells them, okay, this is how to act in society in order to maintain access to resources. Because the mentality of, say, a toddler is not equipped to understand the mechanisms by which decisions are made executively about the world around them. And it's the same with some people in European situations. Some people don't bring a psychology into European situations that resonates with the apex of decision making in that society. It's mysterious to them. What they bring to that is, because of that, is basically a cargo cult. Just the resources come to you, and you say a certain thing, and the resources come. That as long as it works, you keep saying it. Racism is like that, and so there's an apparatus in place to train some people. Look, here's what you do. Here's the button, and as long as it works, they'll press it. Because they're not in a position to think, well, this isn't really fair. This isn't. I shouldn't do this because it's underhanded, and I didn't do anything to earn these resources. No, it's the same thing with a toddler. It's none of the business of someone who's like 2 or 3 to be thinking conscientiously about whether it's fair that they get to cry and stop you from going to the grocery store. They don't care about going to the grocery store or not. They're just shown that what they're trying to do is maximize their leverage in the resource economy. And whatever devices are given to them that work to do that, they're going to keep using them until they stop working. It's not up to them whether they work or not. Instinctively, they understand it's up to someone else. And so if you keep letting them undermine the order of the environment that's your job to maintain, they're just going to do that because they expect that when you can't have it anymore, you'll make it stop. But if you don't make it stop, they're going to keep going. And it's exactly the same thing with what you're saying with how policing used to work. You make it stop. You come to understand what needs to be done in order to make this stop. And it's different for different populations. And we used to be allowed to calculate for those differences and act on them. But that's changed. And so we don't anymore. And it's very taboo to think that there needs to be different sort of systems of law for people who have different kinds of psychology. It's hard to imagine how you would even sort of set that up because it's all on a spectrum and things like that. But I think that's kind of a lot of what has gone on.
Wow. What did you think about this stabbing the other day on the CTA train? Did you hear about this?
I heard a little about it.
We can't find any news stories longer than 20 seconds about it.
Was it just out of nowhere? Like dude stepped up
man is now being charged for
when is it ever
near a West Side CTA station?
Of course it's out of nowhere. Of course it's random.
Yeah.
Like when do they ever have a good reason to do something?
Well, Marshall McLuhan said a thing that comes to mind a lot. He said, violence is a search for identity. And so I think that living in a cultural situation, and this is true for everybody increasingly, but I think it's true differently for people of different ethnic backgrounds. Living in a situation culturally that doesn't give you a clear idea of where your sovereignty stops and why, and how that stoppage is enforced. I think some people, especially, they're acting on instincts whereby their negotiation of resources is relatively simple, and that devolves a lot more quickly into just violence.
I don't know if I don't think I believe that necessarily.
Which
like
part?
the violence is wanting to establish their own sovereignty. Because for me, if you're African American, there is a whole continent you can go to
Yeah, but no, but it's not. They're not thinking about it. They're not calculating. They're not thinking to themselves, "How do I establish sovereignty?" It's instinctive. You're responding instinctively to circumstances of ambiguity. If you're a Sun person in America, you can't tell. It's not clear to you that there are activities that you're going to have major consequences for, sufficient consequences to prevent you from doing that. And the fact of the ubiquitous lack of that sense, I think that it activates an instinct that evolved for application in Africa under cultural circumstances that prevailed there, where people get into kinds of resource competition that much more quickly turn into physical confrontation than among Europeans, who have developed a much more sort of complex, reticulated modality of, all these complex legal systems. And geez, if you watch court proceedings, it's just Byzantine.
Right. Now, if you say that, so violent, so this guy, he gets in an argument with this woman on the train, right? For some reason, this 25-year-old mom, Emily Carlson. What would have been her
Willie Holmes stabbed a
logic?
25-year-old woman near the Green Line station at Central and Lake on Thursday. She later died from her injuries. Holmes is charged with 1 count of first-degree murder.
Okay, like what would have been a woman like this? This white woman seems to be, all pictures of her, they seem to be like she was like maybe a middle class to like, type of woman, like a white Chicago. She didn't seem like a street transient type person. No. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's like a basic white woman in Chicago.
Yeah, just a basic white woman from Chicago, right? And she shares public spaces with these type of people. But these public spaces are just like any other public space. She knows that she wasn't born yesterday. She knows that there's inherent dangers in it. What causes her to just argue with a man like this do you think she was fed up and like, God damn, I'm just tired of this shit? Or do you think she feels like maybe if I stand up for myself, or a white man will come and assist me? Because there was another man.
What exactly were the? Is there video, or do we know exactly how it went down?
That's what I wanted to say too. That exactly what are they classing as an argument?
Because I mean, if he initiates and gets in her face,
exactly,
it's
and then
not
she says,
strange for her to say something,
like excuse me,
just as a reflex.
And they'll be like,
but if he's just going around being a menace in general, and she approaches him, that's very different psychologically for her. That would be a lot more unusual.
Bees in the bag, Ag.
I mean, the argument was probably like, "Hey, do you have $20?" And she was like, "No, I don't." What you mean you don't got $20? No, I don't have any cash on me. That's probably the argument.
Yeah, I assume he was getting intense, and this is the difficult thing too about, like, you get people that have very different sort of makeups together. But how body language and mannerisms are interpreted is very different. Like, Europeans get very easily intimidated by that kind of like brute intensity, that just exudes off of some men who are living on the edge, out in the wild.
Have you heard about the Carmelo Anthony, Austin?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Now that we know more about what happened there than we do about this other case. So, what are your thoughts about that? Like, as far as like we know that it was a initial interaction between the guy, between Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, where the black guy Carmelo Anthony responded by saying, "Touch me and see what happens." Yeah. And then the glider, maybe urged on by not even urged on by the crowd, but just like, like we're at a track meet, like, you under intent, the worst that's going to happen is maybe a fight or a pushing match or something. And he touches him. And then the son says, he
said, punch me.
Yeah, punch me and see what happens. And then the glider we were told that the glider grabbed him, and then he plunged the knife into his chest.
Yeah.
And then the reaction that, like, mostly every black person that I know, or that's not like a conservative YouTuber. I mean, almost every single one. Whoever's typing, you gotta mute yourself while you type.
Oh,
but
sorry.
yeah, it is okay with that. It's like, you know, he shouldn't have touched him. They feel like that, you know, it was
litmus test.
Warranted. Yeah, it was warranted. That it was warranted. That type of thinking, we know for a fact that if it was the opposite way, none of those people would have thought that it was warranted.
No, see, and this is
Right.
This is what's really difficult. See, when I think this is one of the problems with really kind of coercing a mixed race population, or at least, you know, one race within it, that they are not allowed to consider that there are fundamental differences in how people think. When some people say that they think that it was warranted, the process, the cognitive process that produces that thought is very different than the average glider would undertake to assess whether something was warranted or not. Don't you think so?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that there is an element. There is more of an element of like teenage.
They're not just assessing the situation and coming to like an objective,
right,
on the facts. You know, that it's just yes, they're going to say that. They're going to say that, and they'll anything that comes up that they can grab onto that seems to sort of justify or validate that position, they'll just grab it. They'll grab onto it. They're not interested in it's not a psychology that is primarily interested in the bare facts of the situation and coming to a reasonable or accurate conclusion.
Yeah,
not even close.
Here's the thing though. In the public square, right? Saying that, you know, a shoving match at the most between two kids at a track meet.
Terrorism.
It was justly ended with a knife to the heart. That was just, that sets a terrible precedent. You know what I'm saying?
They want a world filled with terror.
And Son's not being able to even fathom that precedent is something that you just do. What do you think about like somebody like Tim Pool, who was like, you know, yeah, you know, he kind of like was advocating for that worldview at some point, and he, you know, he's a glider, and there's other gliders that online.
No,
that
he's
are,
half
you know,
Korean.
He's mixed.
Okay, but there's
he's half Korean, but also
like,
you know, when you look at somebody like Tim Pool, and it's like, I don't think he's just, this is me, Tim Pool, these are my opinions. You know, he's got a certain angle. He's got a certain level of popularity. He's probably got some funding coming from some places. He's playing a certain angle. I don't think that he's just looking.
Okay,
you
for
know,
the gliders, but for the average gliders,
yeah,
who are like literally, you know, saying that, because there's a lot of gliders saying that aren't famous. You know what I'm saying? That are just YouTubers,
sure,
or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
For the glider who says that, you know what I mean, and you don't think that they really would want to live in a world where that's the worldview? They're like, yeah, shoving match. Yeah,
you know, you mean they wouldn't want to live with the actual consequences of applying that worldview broadly? No, they wouldn't, but they don't have to think about that. Gliders who take up these talking points or agree with it or champion it are operating under conditions where their sense of security in society depends on participating in a certain moral framework that asserts these things. And what has happened is the relationship between, say, elements of your brain that have to do with survival and, you know, on a very base sort of, you know, reptilian level, and elements of the sort of midbrain that have to do with fitting into society have been pitted against each other. And people's identities among gliders identities have been pitted against their natures. And so they're being called upon to act and speak and present in society in a way that runs contrary to their actual well-being. But what happens is people just instinctively expect that whoever's on the top of the heap, who's in a position to really signal prestige on the news, the experts, whoever's up there is up there because they behave honorably, because they're good. That's just an instinctive expectation. Just like people go to the store and say, well, if it was bad for you, they wouldn't be able to sell it.
Mm-hmm. Suns really blow that out of the water.
Yeah. So gliders assume that these messages, what we're being told to think about George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and whatever, what we're thinking about, these messages are coming from a place of high prestige. These messages are coming from a place occupied by people who actually have their hands on the lever of who gets in trouble and who gets rewarded. And gliders instinctively assume that those messages therefore must be true. Even if on a deeper level, some Shontavious comes walking down the street and you cross. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Another thing is, though, you said that.
Well, one last thing. What the culture gives you is something to say about why you did that. That doesn't have anything to do with race. That doesn't step on the toes of the kind of social situation that is being engineered, so that you can sort of paper over the cognitive dissonance. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say that another thing is that, you're saying that it kind of sets a precedence if they say, like, this is okay, that they support Carmelo.
My 13-year-old daughter
it's okay to stab people in the heart if they touch it.
So what I was going to say is that that's only sets a precedence if it was like in a against the glider people, like glider society. But with them, the next stabbing that happens, that somehow like some controversial stabbing happens where some glider does that to Sunman, none of this will be remembered. This will be like erased from their memory, and they will play up that victim so bad, and they will make like the gliders forget about this situation and then apologize endlessly about that other situation. Like they won't care about any precedent.
We saw this weekend with the boy that didn't get drafted, where they thought he was going to get drafted. They made that a race issue. Shedeur Sanders,
right?
Anderson. They made that. They went through think pieces about that. Like they I'm serious. Let me pull up one.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, with Sons, like
He's an
the
arrogant
altercation
bastard.
the altercation starts when you respond. So like this altercation here with Carmelo Anthony, they don't count that as an altercation. It'll only start when another glider stabs another Sunman. Then the altercation starts.
So this is in response to Deion Sanders' son not getting drafted in the first round, where they thought he was going to draft and getting drafted in the fifth round.
It's a racial travesty.
To all my folks out there, right? I just want y'all to know that when you're a black man in America, right, sometimes you get reminders.
Now, his son was just murdered. You remember his son was murdered by the kid in Philadelphia, the kid who was like a straight A student and started a basketball team, but was living a double life as a killer on the streets in Philadelphia. And he killed this guy's son, who's a podcaster. He got $1 million. He's with Barstool. He got $1 million contract, $100 million contract to podcast with Barstool. So he's a very rich guy. But his son was just murdered by a high school star athlete who was a notorious, killer on the streets of Philadelphia, just maybe like a year ago. Yeah. And then the kid who murdered his son was murdered by another kid, another 17-year-old. So all that's going on, and he's a gangster rapper. He's made his life before podcasting was gangster rap.
You know what I mean? As a successful black man in America, I often get reminders. And in the Shedeur Sanders situation, this is just a reminder that you can do everything right in life. You can come from a good family. You could be a good student. You could be a God-fearing kid. You could be a hard worker. You could beat the odds. Your dad could be a Hall of Fame player, and you can beat the odds because not too many Hall of Fame players have good kids. So you can beat the odds. You can beat, he ain't his daddy. You can beat all of that growing up. But you still get a reminder that you just a nigga, man. That's it. You just a nigga. We sitting here looking at a public execution going on right in front of our eyes. Whereas like, we just got to remind you that you just a nigga.
They're entitled to NFL draft picks.
There's a lot of black analysts on TV, but they got to keep it corporate. They can't say what it is. They got to keep it corporate.
And all of the analysts, black analysts, of course, said it was racism.
I think this is unbelievable. It's just, no, sometimes as a black man in America, you get reminded that you just a nigga. Don't matter how much work you put in. Don't matter. None of that don't matter. You got to understand. I arrived at a hotel in Boston, right? And I get to the front desk and I say, is there any way I could get a suite? And this lady looked at me and she said, I'm sorry. She didn't press one button. She said, I'm sorry, it's no suites in the building. They're all sold out. As she's saying it, a white man is walking out the back and she said, Gilly, oh man, I love you. Man, I love what you do for the community, man. You're a great guy. She handed me my room key. I get up to my floor. When the elevator opened, the white guy's on my floor. And he says, Gilly, I don't know why she told you there's no suites available. Every suite in the building is open, Gilly. Come back downstairs, man. We're going to put you in a suite. But it was just a reminder that you just a nigga. That lady looked at me and said, there's no suites. Before I make this hotel thousands of dollars, I would rather your black ass not be in a suite. So in life, you get reminded sometimes that you just a nigga. No matter how much work you put in, how much good you do, no, you're just a nigga.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
He was denied a suite at a hotel because that's what
that's
happened.
a lie. He's lying about that.
That's just how he. That's just how he feels about himself.
It happens all the time. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a black person in America who beat the odds, but managed to actually live well and comfortably because around every corner there's a lady at a hotel who's going to deny you a suite and to get away with it. Nobody gets fired.
That story never happened, by the way.
Nobody gets in trouble. Nobody ever, no white person ever gets in trouble, ever gets fired, ever gets censured. She's probably going to be employee of the month because of that, because there was some other white guy looking over her shoulder, grinning and nodding and say, yeah, that's right. That's how we do it.
Folks out there, right?
Yeah.
If that story happened, he would have pulled out his phone and recorded her right away.
This is what I'm saying. Like, the momentum behind the hustle is so huge. The whole apparatus of American culture colludes to make this hustle effective. And the people for whom it is made to be deployed have they're so comfortable. They're so used to just pushing that button and making it rain, making it work, getting their way, pushing their way through, because they can say, that's why when you see when you see the ladies getting arrested by the cops, they pull out
So
everything. I'm
true.
pregnant. I can't breathe. I'm a nurse. I'm a veteran. I was just doing this. I was just doing that. There's no reason for this. I'm a whole female. She a whole female. You throw me down on the ground like I ain't a whole female. Yeah. They pull out everything. And that's all this is. As long as the actual power structure, the actual resources are being devoted to this hustle working, they're just going to run it. And they get it doesn't even matter how sloppy and unbelievable it is, because gliders are on notice that you better cooperate. You better go along.
Let me just say something.
You got dimwits like Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp, $100 million. Is he kidding me?
Make sure you support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or the Super Chat, guys. Sponsor the show. We got Fabian in the building tonight, going deep into the psychology of the Sun Man, man. Make sure y'all support these shows, man. Don't just sit there and soak up the knowledge without supporting the channel, man. All these shows are demonetized. Even when Fabian's not on, they're demonetized. But if you guys can support the channel, also hit the like button so we can get up into the algorithm, man. But what I wanted to show you is, okay, so there was a white kid who prank called the black kid who didn't get drafted and pretended to be from a team and, prank called him. Did you hear about that, Fabian?
No.
Okay.
It's just a funny joke, right? No big deal.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
He's just a kid. I mean,
he's 21. He's 21.
No, I'm like the sarcasm.
When you're a glider, you're 21. 21 is you're
if you're a Sun Man, you're a YN. All this new.
Yeah, exactly. So he pranked Shador while Shador was, because it was like they were acting like it was a big thing that the kid wasn't getting drafted and it was going by, and these are the white kids pranking. He's the son he's the son of another of an assistant coach from another team,
defensive coordinator.
Yeah, and he got the number out of his dad's
from the Raiders, was it?
No, he's the Falcons.
Oh, Falcons.
From his dad's laptop, because they give these draft picks, these potential draft picks, they give them numbers so that only teams can call them. You know what I mean? So here's the prank.
Good job, gliders.
Hey, is this Shadur? Hey, this is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints. How you doing? Good. How are you, man? Good. Been waiting on you. Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man. Hey, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
That was kind of fucked up, though, man. Shit. Look,
that's like an old school prank.
That was kind of fucked up, though, man. That was kind of cold.
Trey.
People are hustling about that, I assume.
Yeah, they've been.
Is this him when on the other side when he got
been waiting on you. Yeah, that's him. That's him. That's
when
I don't know what happened.
happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to that clip of it. Here it is. Here goes the side by side one. This episode.
Hey, is this Shadur? Hey, this is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Been waiting on you.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man. Hey, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
What does that mean? What? What did he say? I don't know. How you gonna ask us what it means and you was on the phone? You heard that?
He said you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Why would what the fuck? I don't know what that was. It's 50-50. But nobody got this number though.
It was private.
So yeah, so anyway, so that led to this.
See, where is the picture of the kid?
Please don't make it about race.
It's
Please.
not criminal.
But
it's unethical. It's classless. It's amoral to some degree. And I'd like to see the face of that kid. Because sometimes
dude, somebody needs to clip this guy demanding to see the face of the perpetrator. Think about that.
What do you mean? He's white.
Yeah, I know. But think about it. Under what circumstances would he absolutely insist that the face of a perpetrator not be made public?
Because it's a white devil.
Exactly. Clip this dude saying, I want to see his face. How many times do we want to see the face of somebody's been arrested in the killing on the subway of a lady in Chicago? We don't, the perpetrator's picture hasn't been released yet. Show me the face. I want to see the face of that man. I mean, how frequently? Like, get a clip of this dude demanding to see who did it. Well, let's see who it is. We know who it is. I see. Yep. See, if we see the guy, then we know what's happening. Yeah, it's amazing.
Some degree, and I'd like to see the face of that kid, because sometimes you need to be embarrassed. That's what needs to happen to you. Now, in my opinion, this kid, I sincerely hope to Jeff Ulbrich, I sincerely hope he whipped his kid's ass. That's an ass whipping. That is a required ass whipping. So your dad,
but he's an adult.
is the
Why should he?
defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. You go into his laptop computer and find a number for Shedeur Sanders. You prank call him. First of all, it was cruel and it was classless to Shedeur. It jeopardized your dad. What if the Atlanta Falcons didn't believe it was your dad, that it was just you? What if they had believed it was him? And I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe the defensive coordinator for the Falcons. I don't believe that man did. I don't believe he had anything to do with this. I think it would be unfair to accuse him of that. But what if the Falcons...
Could you imagine 3 white dudes standing up there demanding that a black kid who did a prank phone call get his ass
That's an ass whipping. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So
they
the
would be fired
definition of
immediately.
unhinged.
They would be fired during the next commercial break. And somebody would be coming with an apology from the station.
Especially if they start saying this boy and everything.
Nah, even if they said this young black man, this young black honored king should get his ass whooped. It would have got nothing to do with boy. If
No, I'm saying the verbiage of boy would add to it.
That would have nothing, if they say that a black person deserved to get their ass whooped, it wouldn't matter how they said it. If this black god, king-like being, deserves to get his ass whooped.
Yeah, they could. I mean, look, if they wanted to, they could even ratchet it up to some lawsuit for terroristic threats or something, or some hate crime or something.
No, if they said whooped, that implies a whip, and a whip we all know what that.
Oh my god, yeah, absolutely.
Synonymous with
all kinds of dog whistles flying around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying by them saying boy as well. Yeah.
If they would have said beat down, violence.
Someone needs to teach this boy a lesson. He needs to get his ass whooped.
Because didn't believe it was your dad, that it was just you. What if they had believed it was him? And I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe the defensive coordinator for the Falcons. I don't believe that man did. I don't believe he had anything to do with this. I think it would be unfair to accuse him of that. But what if the Falcons didn't believe him? What if the NFL didn't believe him? Your dad could have lost his job. And because you want to prank somebody, okay, and be cruel and insensitive, knowing what Shedeur must have been going through, you would be some privileged little brat that would do something like that and take joy out of somebody's misery like that at the expense of your father right now. Who was thinking about? We've talked about a lot of things in football. Have we ever talked about Jeff Ulbrich? Have we ever mentioned him on national television? But he's a household name this morning because his son didn't think about his daddy, who unquestionably loves him, took care of him, raised him. You in college now, no doubt still living off daddy. And you would do something like that to him. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should have your ass whipped. I know you're 21. But at the very least, roll up on campus and slap you upside your damn head. What an insensitive thing to do. And even just as equally to Shedeur is what he did to his own father. At no time did he think about the consequences, the potential consequences.
You know, he should have told his son, never prank call a son, man. It could go very wrong.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, he thought he lived in a world where everybody's pretty much the same, and people respond to pranks, and this in a way that people do.
I think he is a dickhead for the prank because it's almost like getting a university acceptance letter. Then
that's nasty.
Yeah, then at the end it's like fake it. Actually, you didn't get in, or you're still in holding. So
but if it was another glider, the way the glider would, first it wouldn't be national. And like this guy, the audacity to say it's on national television because of what you did. It's like, no, it's on national television because it works toward the general project of, like when he said privileged. Oh, you're a privileged brat. We all know why he said that. Everybody knows what that means. Everybody knows what he's pointing to. And there's no hesitation. There's no hesitation about the fact that here's a dude calling for someone to be violently assaulted, like proudly, happily, like righteously. And so you see where the Overton window is on this. It's like, it's just the momentum behind the feeling that it's perfectly okay to normalize the idea of some people violently assaulting gliders for being gliders, for being, quote unquote, like you said, privileged.
Yeah, in the beginning he said his dad should whoop his ass, and then by the end, I think the last few times he just said he needs his ass whooped.
I didn't hear it. Did he say it about his dad? Because I just heard that's an ass whooping. He needs his ass whooped.
He's gonna get it.
He said his dad should go to his university and slap him.
Right, that's the last stuff. Yeah, last thing to say.
Solid parenting advice. Thanks.
But he did say his dad should whoop his ass.
Here's a white kid last year getting prank called because it happened to several players this year and last year. That black kid was it's just that he got prank called while he was going through not being drafted. This white kid got prank called last year.
Hello? What's up? To who? Oh. I appreciate
Might be drunk too.
I appreciate it. Who's this? It's a prank. It's a prank.
All white people laugh.
The reaction is so different. Wow.
That's DNA.
They just laughed it off.
That's DNA. Like that's a perfect illustration.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
no anger.
The heavy hitting news.
But you have you have the right to be like that because you can be like that because you don't have all the black stuff. You have the privilege to take something like that as a joke.
Exactly.
Us in America,
And he was probably a
years.
draft pick than Shedeur, right? This guy.
Also, didn't this black guy like go on a crusade against white America for the past few days? So like he like literally set it up for himself, didn't he?
No, he was just being a dick in all the meetings that he went to with the teams and being an arrogant prick.
Okay, well maybe it wasn't him, but it was all the other like gorillas on Twitter doing the charge for him.
Yeah.
And then a white person responded. Okay, like yeah.
But wasn't Tom Brady number 150 or something?
Yeah, Tom Brady was in the 6th round. He got drafted in the 6th round.
Yeah,
but Tom,
so what's the issue with Shador?
Well, I mean, Shador's Deion's son.
Well, I guess he was the top Negro, wasn't he?
No, the first pick was the black guy.
Yes, no, but what I'm saying is that sons can compartmentalize. So even though they can say, oh, the first round pick was a black guy and he's good, Shador was like their top Negro for this draft.
No,
so
he was the most popular
in the
Negro.
first round.
He was the most popular Negro, but he wasn't the highest rated.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that they are able to separate. So even though they know, but you got number 1 and number 2, because wasn't Travis number 2? So you got number 1 and number 2. Shador's their top guy, personally, like who they want, and he would be the trifecta if he was also in the first round. So since he's not in the first round, it doesn't matter who number 1 and 2 were.
Right. Or 25 of the 32 picked in the first round were black.
Sons will say that the NFL team owners are slave owners.
Yeah.
Then
I just always
play
think
football and go watch football and go to games.
Yeah, I just think Amanda agreed in the chat that the combine and the draft is basically the biggest like slave auction. You have all these son men wanting to be picked by team owners, i.e. masters. They do the combines. How fast can this Negro run? He can do this in 4 seconds or 40
And
yards.
then they work for free. They don't get paid.
Yes, and then they go in a draft. Oh, this is the top Negro out of 150. Which team wants him? Which master wants him? And some people
it's just
don't
like
see
slavery.
that.
Like it's
Exactly.
literally exactly like slavery. There's no difference. You're right. Let me
because
play
it's a
this.
choice, it's fine.
Let me play this.
Yo, I'm actually livid at this prank call to Shador Sanders. Now, mind you, there are several prank calls made during draft season, but do you know how cruel, do you know how malicious you have to be to prank call someone who you know the entire freaking world is watching, waiting on their draft? I've waited round after round after round for my phone to ring during the draft, drafted in the 6th round, and you're literally standing there with the pressure of all your friends, your family, loved ones, and in Shador's case, the entire national sports world waiting on your call to premeditatedly get Shador's number from your dad like a fool and prank call this person when he is waiting for his hopes and dreams to be realized in front of friends, in front of family, in front of his loved ones, in front of the national sports world. To go out of your way to be so malicious and cruel tells me you've never accomplished anything in your life. You've never done anything worth anything in your life that you would deem it appropriate to maliciously and intentionally prank call someone while they are waiting with the whole world watching on their dreams to be reached. I get it. Prank calls happen during the draft, but with all due respect, it don't matter if you prank call Emmanuel Acho. The only person who cared that I got drafted was my family and my friends. The whole sports world was waiting to see if Shador were going to get drafted and when. And to be so childish, to be such an imbecile that you would think it would be appropriate to prank call this man while he is waiting on his dreams to be realized, shame on you. And sorry, don't cut it, Ulbrich. Sorry, don't cut it. Sorry, don't cut it. Embarrassing, childish, cruel, malicious, just pathetic. Pathetic.
See, this dude and Stephen A. Smith just fucking hate white people. But even Son
I'm actually
quite say that, right? I mean, he had to say that using this clip. So there is some limit on speech, even for sons.
Okay, but what if the prank caller was a Sun man? Like a Sun teen.
Well, blacks don't hate other blacks, so they wouldn't care.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
So
it's just it's funny how they have such moral clarity when it comes to this type of stuff, but
yeah,
probably don't have anything to say. He probably doesn't have anything to say about Carmelo and Austin.
Yeah. Oh, if he had something to
It's
say
not
about
even
Carmelo,
moral clarity.
he wouldn't suggest for Carmelo to get his ass whooped for stabbing him. Not even for stabbing. Not even if that was the only punishment. Like not even if Carmelo was to get off, he wouldn't even say, "Hey man, for putting your family through all this stress the last year and a half." You know what I mean?
You need a slap.
Over something
Just one.
stupid. Yeah, he wouldn't even suggest he get a slap for that if Carmelo walked on the charges. They're so racist. Like being racist, they're openly racist. They flaunt it as it's like a you know what I mean? They're privileged.
Well, it's a flex. It's a flex too to show. It's the same. This is how the N-word works too. It's the same thing. It's like they're flexing to show that the society that they're living in that distributes resources along lines that they don't comprehend. They just fall in your lap. They fall where they fall. Is rewarding you for advocating for your own group for its own sake, regardless of the facts. But it's punishing the other group. So that's a flex to flaunt that, to go out and flaunt it. Like, I can lambaste you because you're a member of this group. And yet, if if you were try to turn that table, you'd be like in jail. Like you could be in jail for that shit, for shit that I get rewarded for. That in and of itself is a kind of a flex, and that's a very sort of sun man in looking for parameters of where's the authority. It's like we don't get held to account for anything. How awful do we have to be? And again, to return to the analogy, this is what toddlers do when they don't have clear boundaries. They have to try to find how awful do I have to be in order for no to actually mean no. And when that remains ambiguous, just in perpetuity, the whole identity becomes about attacking the order of the environment.
It's a knee-jerk reaction.
What's instinctive. But
so could Gladys suffer from the same thing? If they got the same stimuli from the society.
Well, if you were, say, to like transpose some other planet, other reality, other situation, where you take gliders as they are, as evolved, whatever kind of organism that is, and you put them in a situation where the parameters are ambiguous, I think it's not apples to apples. I think that one thing that happens with the way that gliders have evolved and have developed complex systems of resource distribution and negotiation, it involves cognitive mechanisms that allow them to adjust differently, and that involve conscientiousness. So there's a reflex to consider the effect of the possible negative effect of your actions on other people before you do it. For gliders, it's just, can I get away with it? Or I mean, for some people, it's just, can I get away with it? For gliders, it's how will this negatively affect the person? There's a bicycle standing against the fence. It's not mine. It's not locked up. But why would I even think about that's somebody else's bike? But for some person, it's like, what they finna do? They ain't finna do shit. As soon as you discover they ain't finna do shit, they can't do shit to you, then it's like, yeah. And it's not just that they want to do that in and of itself. Maybe not. But it's that you're in a situation where you're constantly scanning the environment for opportunities to attack the order of the culture around you, because it's foreign. You can't tell where the actual parameters are because they don't, on a deep level, make sense to how your brain works.
But you're saying they're attacking them. I don't think they're attacking them. They're just
attacking who?
They're acting just like they would in Africa. It's not like they're searching for like glider systems to tear down or test or anything.
Well, it depends on what you mean by in Africa. Do you mean like under circumstances untouched by European influence?
No, what I'm saying is suns act the same way around the entire world, just like gliders do. So like you put them in
there's a difference between suns living, say, in Africa, there's a lot of Africa that has a lot of European infrastructure that really shifts the way resources are distributed.
Minus North Africa.
Well, that's a different racial situation, even North Africa. If you're talking about sub-Saharan Africa.
But point being is like they're, I don't think they're like consciously trying to do things to like buck the glider.
No, none of it's conscious. There's nothing conscious about it. They're not like making overt calculations in their head, having like an internal monologue about these things. Nobody is.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying like they're going to act the same globally.
But if in a different part of the globe, let's say, where there is a system of custom enforcement that effectively, it is possible for there to be a system in place that effectively prevents Sun people from transgressing whatever the parameters are, whatever the taboos are. And if that has to mean you're going to get your hand chopped off, you're going to get your head chopped off, you're going to get cooked, whatever it has to be, there are places where that is in place. And I think you're right, though, in that systems that organically develop among Sun people under their, under their own, with no outside influence, do still involve a propensity for escalating conflicts to physical violence. But the manifestations of that violence in that context are held within the systems of custom that are there. It's just that they don't translate to European systems of custom because we don't operate like that.
No, I understand that, but I guess what I'm asking you is, are you of the mind that Suns are in European society and they're like, hey, I'm going to test the boundaries. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to do it.
No, and neither is a 2-year-old in exactly the same way.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, a Sun will act how they're going to act globally.
It's your brain. It's not your thoughts. It's your brain.
Right. And the consequences only exist if the host society decides to do anything about it, basically.
Right. And the host society would decide to do something about it if a situation wasn't set up where you have a separate elite that has commandeered the levers of how things are allowed to work that don't let you do that anymore.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Ark, wake up.
I'm right here. What are you talking about?
You're practically off screen. Look, I'm not taking chances.
I'm listening. To
no, I think
every time I listen, y'all think I'm asleep.
I think Fabian needs to be on the show more often because ever since he showed up, Ark hasn't even blinked once. He's been up.
I used to come on a while. I haven't been on in a while.
I remember Fabian from last year, like earlier this year.
What do you think is the psychology of twerking?
You mean the greatest invention from the black community in the last 100 years?
Yeah, like it's almost as if like it's almost like a language, or it's just they do it.
Do you think it's true that some people tend to prefer doggy style over missionary more than gliders?
That's a good question. I haven't really had too much sex with gliders.
Or some men.
You would need someone who.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as too much sex with gliders.
You would need somebody who slept with a lot of glider women.
I mean, because the thing is, like, the impulse to twerk seems so deep seated. You know what I'm saying? Among this population, it just pops out. Just like making those kind of shrieky noises when shit pops off. It's just the impulse that just happens.
Yeah, but I think twerking it's a new phenomenon, isn't it? I don't remember twerking in the 90s or even the early 2000s.
Yeah, but twerking is fairly new. I mean, it's
not in Africa.
No, it's African dancing has, if you want to say, twerk components, but when you have it like with full African dancers from different regions, it's very different, and it can be like, oh, it's super sexual, but at the same time, it's not.
It's a bit like it's not in Elizabethan round.
No, but I mean it's different.
It's
like a South American samba, like women dancing with different men. That can be extremely sexual.
Well, you've seen
when you're looking at the positions.
you've seen in the Sun community a progression of the loosening of bounds, of expectations and pressures for Sun people to conform to some extent to glider norms. And a lot of this is unspoken. You're not supposed to think that there are these norms. We're just people. We have money. We buy what we want. Some people want the nerds. Some people want the Twizzlers. Some people want the Cheerios. Some people want the Apple Jacks. But underneath that all are these pressures about what it means to kind of be appropriate, you know? And I think we've seen over the recent years, maybe last couple decades especially, a rapid loosening of pressures for Sun people to mold their identities to the extent that they can according to standards of propriety that are essentially European. So that's why we have, I mean, look at what's happened in rap. It's just gone so dark and nasty, you know, and it's just like a race, a rush in that direction. And it seems like twerking, the popularity of twerking, the ubiquity of twerking has sort of come out in the midst of that. And I mean, some people,
which is why I said it's new. And I said, when you said it's deep seated, I said it could be. When you look at the original move, yes, you can say it comes from African tribal dancing, but I said it's
no, I think it comes from African. I think it comes from African biological psychology. That's why it shows up.
But it's a development of said African dancing. That's what I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying these, but those people didn't. But they didn't say, "Hey, look at this African dance and let's modify it in this way." They just do it.
That's what he means. The question remains.
Not African dancing.
Hold on.
No. But I'm not saying it comes from African dancing. I'm saying the fact that it's present in sub-Saharan African culture presents a dot that can be connected from there to here, not because it comes through culture. It's
here's the
in
thing.
The organism to do that.
Here's the thing. It made a comeback after this. This is.
Speaking of pretty cool, ladies and gentlemen, give it up, gentlemen, give it up for Robin Thicke and
Miley Cyrus.
She gave it the stamp of approval.
This is when all the black women got mad. Black women got mad when this happened, and they reclaimed it.
Big W for the Suns. Can't take twerking from them.
Jimmy's in the back.
Weird.
This stuff is so tired, man.
And after that, it was like all the black women made their think pieces about how like white women can do that because they're privileged. If a black woman did that, it would be seen as such and such and such, and then they all started twerking after that. That's why he said you didn't see that back in the 90s, because it did. I didn't see it until Miley Cyrus started doing it.
It seems like a strip club thing that just made it out into the streets, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, like in popular culture, like you didn't see women
it's
just
like Fashion Nova and all those polyester clothing.
And it was a better time, a simpler and better time.
The
pre-twerking era.
Yeah, just twerking.
Well, there was the spark of twerking in still DRE. I remember there was some chick that I was recently watching. I was like, damn, she's kind of twerking.
Timmy and KB are in the back.
Yeah. Jimmy. Jimmy's up here.
And
Shout out to Jake Best. Shout out to Jake Best, man. Jake Best in the building, man. It's his legend show. Shout out to Big Pete. He says the ubiquity of twerking. Get a hold of your show, Op. New dude saying mumbo jumbo.
Is Miley Cyrus twerking cultural appropriation?
Yeah, definitely. It was. They had a big problem with that. The sisters
and cultural degradation.
Well, here's the thing about having a problem with things, though.
She did it for 2 years and then went back to country, which was her original.
It's so tame now, too. I think
genre. But it was also when she was hopped up on drugs and alcohol. So there's
Here's the thing about
there too.
If you'd been having
but
sex
she's
with your
also,
dad,
I mean, she's not that's not necessarily just her idea. Though.
What?
If you'd been having sex with your dad since the age of 5, you'd want to have as much drugs and alcohol as you could possibly get.
Damn.
Probably true.
I did not know that.
It's on brand.
The thing though about like,
come on, wouldn't you? He was so hot.
The thing about having a problem with stuff and like throwing a fit about stuff, there is an element of like when the white kid was laughing about the prank, there's an element of privilege that's real because Europeans in European societies are on their home turf. They're operating on the basis of a psychology that resonates with the psychology that built, established, and maintains the infrastructure that brings them, resources, that nests them in society. And I think some people have a disadvantage in that the kind of default mode for negotiating access to resources is hustling. And one thing that keeps hustles working is pretending that you're harmed by stuff. That's why when they're getting arrested by cops, they need to fake cry and fake, say that they were afraid for their lives and that's why they ran and all that stuff. And then they start yelling, this is a loss. They get really excited. When they say, record this, record this, record this. Why? Why do you want it to be recorded? So you have a basis for a lawsuit. So you can squeeze the situation for whatever, might drop out of the piñata if you get lucky or if you, play your cards right. And so the act of being offended, being enraged, being outraged about these things, it's not about the things. It's about the fact that you have to maintain a regime of complaining about being put upon and keep the sort of the memo circulating among gliders that you've been naughty. And when these people complain that they've been put upon, you're not allowed to doubt. You're not allowed to ask for evidence. How dare you? You just have to shell out. You just have to cough it up. And what keeps that hustle functioning is the continual flood of claims of being put upon and being harmed and having something stolen from you and all this kind of thing. It's not about twerking or it. A lot of times some people like complain publicly about something and people will comment on it saying they're mad about this, they're mad about now. No, they love it. This is their paycheck. This is their cash out. This is their hustle. This is what they live for.
So what do you think?
My disagreement with that is kind of when you're like, oh, they're complaining to white people and white people are... My argument is always white people can control their actions and narrative. As you said,
they can't.
The 2-year-old, if a 2-year-old...
As a collective?
Yes, they can. They created the society. I literally just said that,
No. You're not paying attention. Where do you live?
Should go back to...
You're missing an extremely large piece of the puzzle of contemporary culture. Where do you live?
I'm from the UK.
Where you don't live there now?
Yeah, no, I live there now.
Yeah, white people as a collective absolutely cannot control the matrix of incentives that guide people's behavior in society in seeking security in that society. Absolutely not. They go to jail when they try.
Which is why I keep telling white people to do better. Like, you can go back to
that is insane.
It's not insane.
Do better? Yeah, do better.
Yes, otherwise you are doomed as a society. I said that yesterday.
But are you talking to white people as a collective? White people go to jail when they think of themselves as members of collectives.
Right, but it used to not be that way. So
exactly. So you can go back.
But we didn't choose to stop doing that. Collective. We didn't get together and say, let's stop doing that. Let's stop allowing ourselves to do that.
Fabian, it is literally your laws.
No, it's not my laws.
You just come off as complaining.
Yeah, come on. If we keep doing this, all roads end with the Juice Crew, right? Like we can't just
you, Fabian.
So like
I'm just pointing out that it is a lie. It's a lie. It's just a bootstrapping bullshit. It's so stupid. Okay, so what's that? Okay, how would you begin that? How would you begin that? Voting?
Sorry, Fabian. It's just because I need to catch my train soon, so I'll just say my little bit. I'm saying that we spoke about policing earlier, and I said that policing needs to return to how it was in the 19th century, strong policing, like the lady with the expired tag, that if the policeman slammed the door, she tried to get out. That's hard policing. Like, she's not going to come back from that. He needs to take charge of it, regardless of her. This is racist. I can't breathe. I'm not resisting. If he has hard-headed policing, that is white people taking control of their situation.
He can't do it. He would be fired. He can't.
The problem is,
chief who can then say, "I don't care that you felt this way."
When the Sun population reaches a certain point, there's nothing the police can do.
Exactly, and which is why I'm saying, like, gliders again allowed the point to be reached. So as I keep saying, if you guys do not get your solution figured, you will be overrun, and your society.
We have been overrun. We have been overrun. That's why we
It's
don't
already
do
happened.
it anymore.
Yeah.
We have been overrun. What do you mean?
All our talk is just a rigmarole.
We didn't decide to stop operating a functional society. We didn't get together and say, let's stop doing that. We have been overrun. That's why we can't do it anymore.
Excess you did, so.
Okay, when you look, I understand your frustrations, like, because when you say we, you're thinking of the common white man, and you're absolutely correct. Like, the vast majority of white people didn't want the Hart-Celler Act to pass. The vast majority of white people didn't even know what the fuck that was in the 1960s, because most people are not politically engaged and paying attention to stuff. So I understand what you're saying, but it is true that this is in fact a self-inflicted wound to some level. I mean, we just got to be honest about that. And like, you're kind of, and I don't want to go into the fucking flat earth theory and shit right here, but like, you're kind of saying we can't go to the moon, but like, we've already been to the moon. So that's evidence that we can go to the moon.
Exactly.
No, we came from the moon. We didn't go there. We came from there. And the shit got taken over.
Decided to settle on Earth, and then you're complaining that, we can't go back to the moon. But that's where you started.
Right, so what happened?
You decided to go to Earth. What are you talking to me about? What happened?
You mean we decided to stop?
We decided
to make it impossible for police to, for example, do their job in such a way that crime is actually prevented and order is actually maintained in society. We got together and decided to make that stop.
Yes,
correct. In the same way we got together.
No. Where are the minutes of the meeting? When did this occur?
Okay, hold on.
What are you talking about?
We did in the same way that we decided to
criminals more than your rule of law as police officers and judges and legislature. Then that's where you lost. Like, what is? I'm confused about what you're not getting about that point. It is literally
somewhere along the lines when you guys developed white guilt.
Exactly.
No, we didn't develop it. It was imposed.
But
so, Fabian, let me ask you this. Let me hold on.
I don't know.
Hold on. Let me just say this. This says how racial groups rate each other, right? How racial groups rate each other, right? So when it comes to Hispanics, right?
Those are actually the guitar chord charts for the song. How to do that? How racial groups?
Yeah. Hispanics rate whites pretty low. You know what I'm saying? They rate blacks kind of like in the middle. They rate Asians in the middle, and they rate themselves high, right? You know what I mean? Blacks, they rate whites very low. They're, and they rate Asians, kind of low, Hispanics low, but they rate themselves very high. Asians rate whites very low,
which is pretty dumb.
Blacks very, very low, and Hispanics lower than blacks, which is odd. But then they rate themselves high. Now, whites rate whites, blacks, Hispanics, and Asians almost all on the same level. They're the only group that rates everyone the same. How do you is that like kind of what you're talking about?
Me or Fabian?
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second. What did you?
Oh, wow.
No, I'm familiar with this. I've seen this. Yeah, I know what you're saying. So, look, the question is
an E minor to an A. I'm saying.
Are you presenting this? Are you presenting this as a picture of how people are generally, inherently, by nature?
Well, I think, yeah. I think.
How would this look 200 years ago? How would this look, say, in how would this look in like Burkina Faso at the time of the first European contact?
Well, I think that they would everything's relative too. You know that, right? So I think relative to what the Arabs would have done to them, or relative to what the Asians or the Indians would have done to them, this is probably holds up.
This is a snapshot of an contemporary engineered social culture. That's what this is. This is a snapshot of how people respond to incentives engineered into the resource economy under which they operate.
So you're saying the whites are answering this with thinking like, oh shit, I'm white. If I got to answer this a certain way because I'm a white person, and I don't want to be seen as being racist, so I'm gonna say everybody's just like me.
Yeah, I mean that ascribes a lot more consciousness to it than I think a lot of white people experience, because the level of cognition on which people respond to those kinds of social incentives is deeper than conscious deliberation.
Okay, but the question is, how did we get here? And the answer is, I understand what you're saying. It's quote unquote engineered and all that stuff, but that's all true. I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with you.
Yeah, they are.
No,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
All right, first of all, you guys gotta let me talk. We can't talk over each other. Okay. Nobody here is disagreeing with you. It's just, well, at least Pantheon and I are disagreeing on whose interest is it to have responsibility for this type of thing, in the same way that if you're in a cage with a lion, it's on you, right? Like it's your responsibility to keep the peace, right? Because the lion is bigger and stronger than you. So if you're gliders, it's in your interest to make sure that you uphold your racial interests. Like at the end of the day, it is your responsibility.
Hey, if a majority of this race could just like take a step and be there, sure, fine, whatever, fine. That's obviously very far from the circumstances at play.
But at the end of the day, like, this is on us. So.
Exactly.
But most of us aren't an us, and that is an engineered situation.
But again, no one is disagreeing with you. What we're saying is that, though, it's ultimately.
Well, then who do you mean by us? Like the tiny percentage of people who recognize what's happening? Because I would agree with that. But the salient part of that is the recognition. Huh?
Gliders, and again, I literally said it yesterday's show. You guys are divided. You're not a united front.
And at one point, though,
right? Yes, very much so, on purpose.
Right. Okay, by the way, did you notice the width of the lines is inversely proportional to the IQ of the respondents.
Well,
the Asian,
not if you include Asians. That kind of bucks that.
Yeah, but those Asians might be not like just Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese. Those are probably also the other Asians that don't have a high IQ.
You're talking about the Filipino factor. We get it.
No, Asians. I mean, especially the person from the UK can attest to this. In the US, we don't think of Asian as being of the Indian subcontinent, but in the UK they do. So.
No, Asians for us are curry and sweet and sour Asians.
And sand demons are Asian too. Desert demons are Asians.
Yeah.
No, not really. Middle East.
Asiatic. They are. In Britain,
they are because we'll say Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, then UAE.
Unless they're
Saudi,
arrested for a crime in
Asian.
London. Unless they're arrested for a crime in London, then they're British.
Yeah. Salute to the Lux 247, aka Cal Rookie, aka the real MVP, coming through once again. Salute to Barry B coming through once again. Make sure you guys support the channel. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the conversation, man. Hit the like button. Sponsor the show. This right here. Yeah, this is very sad, man, because it shows that gliders. It's going to be hard to get out of this. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be hard to get out of that.
Wasn't there another graph that had how respondents rate each other, like their own group, and like gliders had the lowest ratings of all? Like they were the only ones that had negative ratings about themselves.
Yeah, I mean that's similar. I mean, similar. Graph. This is I wanted to, I saved a lot of stuff I haven't been able to get to. I just want to show you this at a sports event. Like, Suns, they talk about how, like, okay, like, they're marginalized and how they constantly get these nigga wake-up calls and how, they have to tread lightly because, the system of white supremacy is like it's kind of like a over their head. There's a what's that thing? There's a scepter or
a sword of Damocles.
Over their head at all times.
Right, and it's true, and that it's true because some people definitely do tread lightly. They make themselves extremely inconspicuous.
But look at this, right? Look at this, and this happens, and this is similar to the Carmelo Anthony incident. Like, sports events are places where there's like it's just a lot of people there. It's a public event.
Holy shit.
So you have the white kid and the black kid getting into something right here, right? And then the black kid goes instantly for like the jugular. He doesn't like push the kid. He doesn't. It seems like, I don't know whether the white kid did something sneaky or whatever, but let's just say the white kid pushed him, right? The black kid doesn't push him back. He tries to take his head off instantly, right? Which is at odds with
self-defense. It's self-defense.
Yeah, but if you were marginalized and if you were constantly, downtrodden and the target of, the police and everything's targeting you, your first instinct wouldn't be to try to take the white kid's head off. You know what I mean? You would try to find another way to express your anger other than instantly try to take his head off. And then you have the white woman. She comes out of the stands to try to break it up, but this white guy beats her over there, and of course he goes to the kid that's the more aggressive kid. You know what I'm saying? Because this kid was literally trying to take this kid's head off, so he goes to this kid and tries to like stand between them, and then so it looks like, well, why is everybody going towards the black kid? Well, because he was the one They just tried to take the other kid's head off. So they're not like beating them. They didn't go over there curb stomp the black kid.
He might also have a knife. You know, he might also have a knife. It's a sporting event, and everyone
Well,
carries
you
a
would
knife.
hope
Sporting
so.
event.
You'd hope so. I mean, how else is he going to defend himself against the bullying?
Now here comes.
How else is he
here
going to play
comes this
basketball?
kid. Now here comes the black father
of the kid
in this event, and he immediately attacks the white man. So you have the blood. The
Totally
black
unwarranted.
Kid, the black kid attacked the white kid on the court. Where's the fear? Where's the it just doesn't make sense from what we're told. It's very confusing if you try to make sense of it from what you're told by black people.
Isn't it
enough? I think I know why. Is because
well, you tried to make sense of it. That would be racist. So we're not going there.
The white kid thinks that he still lives during his grandparents' time, and now the sons are not taking it anymore. That's the justification. Like, we're standing up for ourselves. That's what they usually say. Because that's what a lot of sons are saying about the Austin Metcalf story. They're like, no, we're not taking that stuff anymore the way we used to take it in the 50s. This ain't those times anymore. We're standing up for ourselves.
There's no stuff. They're not being called upon to take stuff. They're
can't force us
they're
to
being
leave a
catered
place
to
well,
and groveled at.
Yeah.
And coddled.
Yeah, but
there's actually
he's talking about the Bible that comes about other sons after these incidents.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it goes along with that slackening of the expectation of Sun people to comport themselves in a glider kind of way. That like there's a momentum behind a sense that a mode of status negotiation that is more primally intelligible to you is permitted to an increasing degree. And once as a kind of a broad population, you get a taste of that, it becomes, I mean, I think it acts like addiction because it does involve neurochemistry. Because your neurochemical equilibrium becomes calibrated to a situation where your impulses aren't there's no threat of precarity in response to acting on impulse to an increasing degree. And different races of people, especially if you look at I showed you the principal component analysis, the PCA of the genetic unrelatedness between different populations, and sub-Saharan Africans are way out on a limb. You get to people
Show me that. Tell me that again. The what?
You'd have to look it up. I put it in the back chat a long time ago when I was in. It's called a PCA, or principal component analysis. It just visually shows you a graph. It plots out where, kind of in a spatial representation, different races of people land in terms of relatedness. And sub-Saharan Africans are just way out. They're way different. And those different groups are going to have different systems of impulses and different expectations for what it means when you have a certain look on your face, when you stand a certain way, etc. And so some people are having their instincts ratified and promoted and valorized in society. And so I think this puts a lot of momentum behind an expectation to be able to function in terms of more and more and more sun-oriented modes of getting your way in society, which don't, to us, it seems beastly. It seems, uncouth and violent because it is, but only by our standards.
So
I mean, I was just gonna say, to go back to the previous one, the video with the basketball. What's that guy, Rashard Ritchie? He has that one thing called "I Wish a Karen Would," and I can't prove it, but it just looks like that little son kid and the dad, they just have that. Like, I wish a glider would. And they saw finally a glider did something that could justify that type of violence towards them. And he jumped at the opportunity for that.
Right. But then they're also, but what I'm saying is that they're successfully telling the world and successfully presenting a picture of America as if they're like, they can't even no system, every system works against them. Gliders have privilege over them to the point where it expresses itself in not only every interaction, but it expresses itself in almost every thought that, the privilege that gliders have over them, the dominance that gliders have over them is just constantly there. And yet the second a glider steps halfway out of bounds, they try to take their head off in front of a bunch of people, in front of, on camera, you know what I'm saying? On the show, on the Disney show, on a daytime TV, a sports show. That glider needs his ass whipped on a sports show. You know what I mean? It's just, they're constantly, but they successfully, if you're from another country, like Pantheon, are you still on here? If you're from another country and you haven't been to America, you really think that gliders be punking son. Son walked down the street and he's afraid of the glider. The glider's the one that got the, that has the air of, confidence and the air of machismo, and the air of, being the bully or the perpetrator. And the son has the air of being the victim. And the son is just, tiptoeing around, trying to keep his head low and trying not to make a big fuss. You don't, stay low.
Dude, gliders in this country
believe that.
Paul, gliders in this country, even though they don't see it, they think that's what's happening. They feel that that's the world that they live in. And that shows you the extent to which the hustle is facilitated.
Yeah. Watch this interaction. This guy's doing street interviews, right?
And y'all had a good conversation.
Black bitches in the way. Hey, we're ready for questions.
What's your name?
I'm Key.
And you?
Brady.
Why do you think it's appropriate to just run up in our interview mid-conversation?
I don't give a fuck. I ain't gonna lie, they white and I don't give a fuck. I never.
Queen.
I mean, think about it. She literally says this. This is gonna be in perpetuity. This is. She would have to get pay thousands of dollars to get scrubbed from the internet. This is in perpetuity if her brain worked like that, right? But here's the thing. This is in perpetuity. She walked up on some gliders being interviewed, and she just bombarded their interview, and instantly when she was, because the guy checked on it. Usually, I got to give this guy credit. he checked them on it. You know what I mean? And their instant reaction was they white. I mean, just listen to this. If it was reversed, these girls would probably have a hard time finding jobs for the next 10 to 15 years until this blew over.
And y'all had a good conversation.
Black bitches in the way. Hey, we're ready for questions.
What's your name?
I'm Key.
And you?
Brady.
Why do you think it's appropriate to just run up in our interview mid-conversation?
I ain't gonna lie, they white and I don't give a fuck. I never give a fuck.
Are you just looking for attention?
No, never. I never gave a fuck. We want to be fun and come up in the video.
But if I'm in the middle,
and look at the white girl, the white girls She's trying to keep. Yeah, that is not very smart.
And the blonde girl's nervous about her friend touching this. She's like, "Don't touch yours. It's dangerous. Don't touch."
Yeah, but this girl is like trying to assure them. The best thing at this point would have been to leave.
She's so close to touching that wig. She doesn't.
But that would be the opposite of what's being advised here. That would be the opposite of gliders doing better for their in advocating for themselves. What do they do to do better? These two girls.
Stay there and pat her on the shoulder.
No, what do they do? That has been suggested. That's what's been suggested. Gliders need to do better. So what do these two girls do instead of allowing?
I get what you're saying, but
I'm not saying anything. It's just a simple question. What's the answer?
I just said you walk off, as Zach said.
I think in respect to sisters today, I think white bitches need to step back and leave the sun men alone. Out of respect to the sisters. Can we all agree that would be better for everybody?
I must appreciate though that the Sun Man, the first thing he asked was, basically, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast? So
exactly,
that was nice of him.
And she instantly said, "Well, they're white." So kind of like the fact that they're being white, it's
second-class citizens.
It's not even like, well, I didn't have breakfast this morning. It's like they're white. So whatever, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Yeah, breakfast doesn't matter.
They're morally culpable NPCs.
They're white. That's cold.
Fabian, to answer your question, like these white chicks shouldn't have even been anywhere near the Sun Man in the first place.
Out of respect to the sisters, I think that's fair.
Like, why would anyone willingly be anywhere in proximity to a Sun Man if they didn't have to be?
Because proximity to Sun people is what bolsters your social status as a glider.
According to man, I'm just generally disgusted by them. I wish I was on that little.
Is it true or is it not true? Forget about according to whom. Is it or is it not functionally the case?
Particularly,
well, no, because who's rating the social system to be like, oh, if I'm next to a black man, my social status is so high. Like who's rating that system for me to care?
You're surrounded by a culture.
Any interaction a glider has with a sun, if it doesn't end in their death, gets counted in their moral purity accounting.
You're surrounded.
Every encounter you have with a sun, if you survive it,
why do you care, Jesus?
If
you're surrounded by a culture that is prolifically seeded with messages at every level that denigrate white people and lionize black people, and these are messages for everybody, and it's understood that people with different types of minds are going to receive them and act on them differently. For white people, it tells you that your status in society is contingent upon your acquiescence in the understanding that you are lesser and you are bad and you are guilty and you need to atone and you need to shut up and you need to not advocate for yourself, and you definitely do not need to advocate for yourself as a member of a race.
Acquiescence was a girl in my Black Studies class.
She cute, she fine, bro. She thick.
Let me just play the rest of it. Good.
And y'all had a good conversation.
Anywho, black bitches in the way. Hey, we're ready for questions.
What's your name?
I'm Key.
And you?
I'm Brady.
Why do you think it's appropriate to just run up in our interview mid-conversation?
I ain't gonna lie, they white and I don't give a fuck.
Are you just looking for attention?
No, never. I never gave a fuck. We want to be fun and come up in the video.
But if I'm in the middle of a conversation with two people,
I'm sorry, y'all. He feel disrespected. I'm
come with it.
I want to praise these sisters for how calm they are right now.
Then she asked the white girls, "Do you have a problem with it?" And the white girls, of course.
Why, yes, as a matter of fact.
I think
these girls
now that you ask.
I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with you.
That would have been an instant ass whooping. Like, I mean, an instant ass whooping.
I just don't get the social rating.
What'd you say?
No, I said I just don't get the social rating. Why do they care? It's like their dads own the companies that the girls.
It doesn't
parents
matter
are trying to
why.
get a
Like
job at.
that's like saying that would be like saying it doesn't make sense that like somebody wants to be popular in high school. You just want to be popular in high school. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to make sense.
Like what
it doesn't
like
have to
what
make
you
sense.
like. Yeah, but who determines popular? I don't know. I just like
your brain determines popular. The study of how the brain works has been happening for a very long time, and people use it when they're sitting atop the machinery that controls culture. Your brain makes it matter.
So Fabian, what's the fix? Like, what's the solution to all this?
What's the fix? Just be victimized and just sit there and have your society.
They're so lazy. It's so lazy and cheap. You know, it's like the whole look. This is part of the problem. This like solution mongering. It's so lazy. It's so consumer. It's so like this is part of the problem that we're just like
no solutions.
People want to throw money at shit. It's like, oh, the car is making a noise. Oh, what's the solution? I don't know. Ask the mechanic. It's so lazy. It's like you can't bring yourself to amass the engine, what would be the word? The wherewithal to actually nakedly face and assess the actual situation on the ground without thinking that doing so is going to reward you with some answer, some solution. Forget solutions. Like, we need to be able, at least at first, at most, to encounter what's actually going on. And the whole thing, and everything else is just like crystal shit.
But it's
Well, I
kind of
think all of us on the panel have encountered what's going on. So by your wording, then we're just going to sit on this panel for the next 4 or 5 years, just regurgitating the same.
Yes,
thing,
we're going to sit on this panel for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
Why would you throw out such an infantile straw man? Why bother? We're going to sit on this panel for the next 4 or 5 years. What a disingenuous thing to say.
It's not disingenuous. You just said
we're going to sit on this panel for the next 4 or 5 years. That's your straw man.
You were just asked what's a possible solution. And
hopefully Ak is here in 4 or 5 years.
Like,
for real. The solution is asking for the solution is Black people do this a lot, right? You'll say some Black people be talking for 4 or 5 days, as she said, 4 or 5 years about some microaggression, right? And then you'll bring up Black crime stats, and within 30 seconds, well, what's the solution? And it's like the reason they say that is because they don't want to talk about it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, the solution is asking for the solution is
I didn't ask for the
like
solution.
a way to shut down the conversation.
I can't remember who just asked for it. I supported him because
I asked for it. I asked for it.
Then no one has disagreed with.
It's not that I want to shut down the conversation. It just seems like
scrap it.
Well, you just seem to have a lot of. You just seem to have a very defeated. You seem to have a very defeated mindset.
No, that's the thing. It's like you think that if somebody is looking at trying to understand the anatomy of the reality of the situation, if part of that understanding doesn't come with, oh, but I'm not so sad about it because I think that we can do this and fix it, and I think that we can do that and fix it, then that like makes you sad or something. I'm not sad, and I don't feel defeated. Calling someone defeated because they don't have a solution, those are just two sides of the same dumb coin. Just throw the whole thing out. It's not defeated.
Oh, so you're saying you don't have a solution to any of this? There's no solution.
I'm not saying.
I mean, that is what Ak says.
Look, I think people don't understand what they mean by the word solution when they say that. I think that what's happening when people ask for solutions is you understand, at least on a visceral level, that it's a very complex, hoary, kind of dire, kind of dour, kind of dark kind of situation.
Fabian, by us all being on the panel, we already understand that.
And so,
by us
right,
being
exactly,
on the panel
yes,
and in the comments,
that's what I'm saying.
Are already at that point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're at that point.
Yeah.
So that being difficult, there's a mentality that comes up that wants to think that there's something called a solution that can be grasped or put together or put into place that's going to save us from having to experience to any
Thomas
greater
Sowell
degree
had a
than
solution.
necessary, the difficulty.
Thomas Sowell's solution was lock them all up.
But you can say that. You can say, do this, do that. And it doesn't do anything to say that. It's just so cheap to ask for a solution and say, like, dude, you could say a million things. Yeah, lock them up, throw them into space, catapult them over the Atlantic, so if get into a rocket ship and go to a different planet. You can come up with a million solutions. It doesn't.
No, the prison is a good enough solution. You don't have to send them to another planet.
Yeah, sure, but they're not going there. We're not doing that because of the complexities of the situation. So encounter the like. I don't like to even speak in terms of like what should we do? Well,
what's complex about locking people up when they commit crimes instead of letting them off over and over and over and over?
What's complex is why we're not. You can say do that, but we're not. The question, why? It's fucking complicated, obviously. And it's difficult to think that you have to.
So you sound like a Sun man when you say, why do sons commit crime? It's complicated.
Yeah.
Well, it's because of poverty. It's because of no, it's not complicated. They commit crime because they choose to. It's not complicated to lock them up. They give them parole after over and over.
It's not complicated to lock them up, and why isn't it happening?
It is complicated, but the underlying reason.
No, you're not allowed to say it's not complicated. Okay, let's do away with this bullshit at first. Obviously, it's fucking complicated.
So what are we disagreeing on?
That is not fucking complicated, and the dude is misascribing
It's clearly
no. We are saying we all know it's complicated. Again, by us being on the panel, in the comments, watching this show consistently, all of us for years, we are already at the point of thought and consensus that you're basically saying like we should be thinking about. We have already got there. What is the next stage after the thought process and analysis? If the next stage is, oh no, we need to understand, I am saying we already understand. That's de facto of us literally being here to talk about it. We already understand. So if your next point after 3 hours is like, oh no, it's complicated. We all need to be understanding what has taken place.
I'm not saying we all need.
We are already there.
I didn't say we need to do that. This is the thing. It's like you're operating on a baseline of there's somebody who can tell us what to do, and who is that and what is it? And if someone has something to say about oh my God, I can't say a fucking sentence. If someone has something to sorry, I'm being snarky. Huh?
You said you can't say a sentence. Did you really say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, you've been saying a lot of sentences for the past 3 hours.
No, I know, but now it's like
good. You've been saying a lot of good sentences, but I'm just saying,
no.
Come on.
No. You're right. I'm thirsty. I got to get water.
Do I have to pay a college loan when this is over? Let me let's move on to this guy in the plaid skirt.
I mean, I don't know, Fabian. I think it seems like you kind of moved the goalpost a little bit. First, you were saying like there's really no solution. We come up with a solution.
Say that.
Thomas Sowell said, "Lock everybody up." Then you say, "Well,
say that.
Well,
look,
how?
I don't want to
why
have
are
to
we not
respond to you a
locking
million times by saying I didn't say that?" So I just don't. I didn't say any of what you're saying. You're misinterpreting anything that I said.
Let me just say this. Make sure you guys support the channel. We haven't gotten any support in a while from the channel. We have a great show going on. Make sure you guys support the channel. Great conversation. Fabian getting some pushback from the panel. When you talk about crime, like this clip. So this guy ended up getting 7 years for this, right? And I think he's home now. But he was a career criminal. They were just riding around, and the case has been adjudicated. They were just riding around, and he saw this white kid dancing, and he just so this white kid's just dancing on the corner with these guys. They're just like, they have a boom box here. They're playing music, and they're just playing music. I guess trying to get change downtown of some city. I forgot the city. The downtown, just how you may walk from a bar downtown in some city in the bar district and see somebody playing some music or whatever. And they might have a hat or a bucket there. You throw some change in it or whatever. And this white kid's dancing. Watch what happens.
They didn't like the look of it.
I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Got me talking.
At the very least, this is a microaggression. He's got something coming.
I'm high, but I'm both right now. don't usually do this 'cause I'm drunk, I'm high, but I'm full for it now. Got me talking about my back. I don't usually do this 'cause I'm drunk, I'm high, but I'm full for it now.
So they caught the guy. He ended up getting pleading out for 7 years. Like what?
Like a clear case of self-defense to me.
Exactly. But when you talk about crime, right? Because you guys were just talking about, well, why do they commit crime? Because it like, what's the solution to that? And why would you not want to analyze this deeper before just saying, what's the solution? Like, I mean, can we just like sit in this for a second? Like, what the fuck just happened here? You know what I'm saying? And I get the solution, like, yeah, that guy should be found and locked up. I get that part. That's that solution angle, but like, you don't want to know what like made this happen.
He should be locked up.
I always say this, but
he should be locked up so that he's there when his kids are older.
So you have
he should be locked up so he's there when his kids are older and they really need him, rather than getting shot tomorrow or next week.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, right? Like, this is a predator prey dynamic here, man. He had to tell the driver, "Hey, slow down, man." And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't driving, so he's in someone else's car, and he's like,
He
"Yo."
probably thought it was a white chick, and then when he realized it was a dude, he said, "I'm just gonna punch this guy."
It's just a lot. It's a lot. This is a lot about this. You know what I mean? This is. I mean, and this is a kid too. This is the kid. I think the kid was like 12 or something like that. This is. That's why he got so much time, because it was like misdemeanor or something. But this is. It's like, how do you solution that? You know what I mean?
Programs and services.
Well, the obvious answer is, white nationalism.
Sterilization?
No, just white nationalism.
Oh.
Simple. That's the solution for everything, isn't it?
Well, for some people.
How does this make you feel? Like, how about that? As a glider, right? Because I know gliders always, you guys try to intellectualize a lot of things. Like, how does that, if you're a nationalist, right? How does that make you? How does that make you feel seeing this video?
Honestly, I see this kid and I think you kind of have it coming. You're stupid. Now maybe you'll learn from this, and this will never happen to you again. You're lucky you didn't get fucking shot, you idiot. That's what I think.
This video to me is completely irrelevant, because even if I thought sons didn't hate white people and they didn't want to hurt them and kill them, I still wouldn't want to live with them.
No, but what I'm saying is, again, like the breakfast thing. How does this video make you feel?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I would say in the past, it would probably make me more upset, but then there's just like this desensitization, unfortunately.
So again, how does this video make you feel?
I feel.
Did you ask me,
with this kind of stuff?
Huh?
Did you ask me?
Anybody, whoever knows what a feeling is.
I see stuff like this and I get a sinking sensation about the kind of broad context in which it's going on and the ways that the different people in this scene are participating in it. Like, this white kid is obviously oblivious, at least for now, at least to begin with, otherwise he wouldn't be there. And everybody's living in a context where
he sees him. He sees him at the corner of his eye. He doesn't make eye. He sees him, and then he instantly turns away. I think he feels dangerous.
Well, it's just a black guy slamming on the brakes and jumping out of a car. I got nothing to worry about.
He feels
I'm cool. Let me go back to my dancing like a hoe. Like a bitch on a corner. What's he gonna do when he sees that?
Well, that's the thing about like different areas of your brain being pitted against each other. Like you sense danger, but then this guy doesn't want to be that guy. That's like, oh wait, surely just because a black guy's rolling up, I'm gonna act like I'm afraid and run away. Like, no, he's like he's doing battle with himself, and that battle has been foisted on him.
I at least get a little bit
and
closer
I get a
to my
sinking
black buddies.
sensation seeing it.
Sorry, man, I didn't mean to step on you. But I at least get a little closer to my friends there that are rocking out with me. I don't stand out there like that. Someone's coming up. What is he thinking?
Did you hear that, Ock?
What?
I get a sinking sensation because what I'm seeing is that this white person has been forced into war against himself. You know what I'm saying?
You said when he looks back and he sees the son, man, but the son did do something very slick. He danced over to him.
Exactly.
So the son did kind of like give him a reason to let his guard down. The son didn't just stomp over there,
But you see, if you look, the white kid didn't put it down quite all the way, but he wanted to not be that person who kept his guard up. So he kept dancing. But look, he's looking kind of over the shoulder. He's trying to make sure he's in a battle with himself that has been foisted on him, and he doesn't know why. He doesn't know where it comes from. He can't participate in his environment in a way that he feels like his whole nature belongs there and is promoted and celebrated and made use of in his environment. He's in a jungle, but he's being told that he's not allowed to think so.
Yeah, on this particular corner, he's in a jungle. There's 4 sons, and it's just one of him. This is a jungle.
What's the backstory here? Does he live here? Does he usually do this?
Waiting for the bus or something?
I doubt he traveled. You know what I mean?
He was just vibing that night out there.
He's trying to trick
a friend.
I don't know if he's friends with these guys. Like he like grew up with these guys, but he's here with them, and they're playing music. Maybe they were dancing earlier. All we have is this shot. Like, we didn't get like the whole like footage from the whole night. All we have is this shot. You know what I'm saying? And the guy, like I said, the black guy, he was a career criminal. He ended up getting 7 years for this, which I think is that's a great outcome.
Win.
I'm
actually serving it.
I think he's home. This happened a while ago. This happened.
But he served the 7.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He must have had a nice rap sheet to get 7 years for this little. slug.
For sure.
Exactly. That's why I said it. It was a great outcome. But it's the heinous nature of it to like just be riding around. Stop. And just get out and then just go over and like sock a kid in the face. A white kid, because he wouldn't have done that to a black kid.
This is transphobia, what we're about to witness here.
Just socked him. I mean, he clocked him.
Kid bounced back though.
Yeah, I don't think his head hit the concrete. I think he tensed up or something.
But it was a blindsided shot. Like the kid didn't see it. But yeah, I like that type of stuff right there. When you talk about like crime and everything you're talking about, I think this video pretty much kind of encapsulates everything you guys are talking about, because I mean, what's the solution? This guy's a career criminal. He's been in and out of prison. He's been arrested numerous times. And he still did this in broad nightlight on a busy corner. It's just like, what's your solution?
Not living in a racially homogenous society is the obvious solution. And I would.
That's a big, but that's a grand. That's almost so big that it's a cop out, because you can't. You know what I'm saying? That's like if my computer glitches right now, and I say, well, not having to rely on computers, having another system where you don't have to rely on computers, like that's not a solution. You know what I'm saying? That's your solution is not a solution.
Mass deportation.
I'm for reverting to policies that worked a little better in the past, like actually, even crazy stuff that proved to be disastrous in one way or another, like 3 strikes you're out. I'd rather hear about someone getting his 3rd strike at this point. And
yeah, I was thinking about that specific.
But why do you even need to get to 3 strikes?
I'm sorry.
He goes right here.
No, I'm saying, why do you even need to get to 3 strikes?
Oh, absolutely. That was another
strike
giveaway to the communists of like, well, because they came up in poverty, they should get 3 strikes, or because they had no dad.
1 strike and you're done.
1 strike, really? You think,
yeah.
One strike and you're done.
You have
one strike is a felony. So
one strike, range. And then for everything, has a base level of prison time. So
if we put all the money we're blowing on immigrants into that, we'd be a lot better off.
Pardon?
If we put all the money we're spending on immigrants into a policy of building enough jails to put the 1 strikers away, it would be worth it.
If the purpose is son, 1 strike and he done.
Here we go.
Tonight, a Missouri man is facing multiple years behind bars after sucker punching a 12-year-old boy. This is an Attack News 4 first showed you last summer.
Well, I thought it was like 17. That's just a kid.
Instructor and another student when he was attacked in downtown Cape Girardeau. This happened last July. He was left with a bloody nose and suffered a concussion. Cedric Moore pleaded guilty to felony assault in the 2nd degree, and today was handed the maximum sentence of 7 years.
Okay.
So, it's too bad that was the maximum sentence.
No, he's still in prison. It was 4 years. I think it was 4 years ago. So yeah, this is about 4 years ago. Oh, that's
7 years. 7 years, white guy. Lock him up. We got him, Chief.
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's the thing about it. Like, you have to have harsh sentences to deal with sons, but because it's a homogenous, because it's a multicultural society, you have to have everyone nice. Yeah, and I think gliders would I think that would be a trade-off, because gliders would probably be like, well, we can control ourselves better.
Exactly. And the ones who can't would be in the same boat as sons.
Yeah.
Look, if we have to, we can get the Hispanics to build the prisons, and then we just toss all the sons overboard.
Anyway, on that lovely note, I've got to love you and leave you. I'm super late, but it was a great show. And long
late, huh?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Running late, are you?
Let me read these. Shout out to my man Michael, man. He says, legendary stream and chat interactions. Yeah, man, we 4 hours deep in this motherfucker. Pause. Yeah, man, make sure y'all support the channel, man. Salute to Michael, man, for supporting the channel. Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, like, listen, Fabian needs some pushback sometime, man. Not gratuitous, but just from people that want to get to the deep understanding, or want to express their counter views of the situation.
But we can't seem to escape, Ak. No solutions.
Yeah, I mean,
no getting around
it. Salute to Autumn Eclipse. She says, I have a beginning to a solution. We need people like Nick Fuentes to be released to the mainstream. Voices like his being legitimized is a start. I think Nick Fuentes is pretty much a legitimized. He hasn't been he hasn't. There's really been no punishment for him, for the things he says, other than the fact that like
I don't think he can get a bank account.
No,
Yeah,
what I'm
he's
saying
off of
is
all
that-
my choice.
no, but what
Should be in
I'm
jail.
no, who Dick Winters is in jail?
He said, "Your
Is
body,
he?
my choice." That should be a jailable offense,
No,
according to the blue team, I guess.
no, but I mean, he lives a pretty, good life. I mean, he's not going to be invited on the Today Show, but it's better than it was 4 years ago, or a few years ago, for people like him, and everyone knows who he is. Everyone knows who he is. But that right there, that was a that was a brutal punch, and that guy got 7 years for it, and I think he's still doing his sentence, man.
Hey, we can say one thing though. At least he didn't.
I'd be
stab him in the
surprised if
heart.
he's doing a sentence still. Sorry, go ahead, KB.
I didn't realize that kid
At
was
least
so
he
young.
didn't stab him in the heart.
That's true. That's true. But that's true. Also, I mean, the kid didn't do anything to him. I think had the kid done something to him, we could have seen a stab to the heart. But in this case,
12-year-old kid.
No, I'm talking about like initiated. Like the 12-year-old kid was just purely a victim in this. Like, say the 12-year-old kid had like flicked him off as they were driving by, or
if somebody could believe that when the guy was behind him and he was dancing around, the kid mumbled the N-word, maybe then it's,
right.
That's a death sentence.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
He's getting lynched.
But that type of stuff, though, right there, is emblematic of the disposition that, or the orientation that blacks have towards whites. Like that's our orientation towards you. Like you're just purely like non-playable character, or
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, and you see like the kind of sort of predatory thirst that some people of a certain type can have toward weak targets, and that tells you who's weak and who's strong in the society, who gets targeted by people of that mentality.
That's very true. Very true. You don't have to ask, because we can sense it. It's kind of like and we just sense who to fuck with. Like I always tell people, like if Jordan Penny had gotten on that train, and it would have been a bunch of 15, 16, 17-year-old teens with their pants sagging and a little twist in there, Jordan Penny would have sat down and been
Daniel
quiet.
Penny.
Church mouth. No, Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely would have sat down and been quiet as a church mouse.
Oh yeah.
He wouldn't have got on that train screaming, "I'm gonna kill y'all" and shit, with some little 15, 16-year-old black kids on there.
Yeah,
no.
That's a funny thing too about, you'll notice about the whole the mental health thing, of people are going around just like being terrorizing some neighborhood, some community.
Yeah.
And maybe they're naked, maybe they're throwing peanut butter around, maybe like whatever it is. And somebody's like, well, this person obviously is not responsible for his behavior. He's got a mental health issue. But the same person, if somebody shows up with a deadly weapon and starts swinging it at him, he's going to duck. He's not so insane that his survival instinct is shut off. And that shows you right there that it doesn't matter, because that's what enforcement is supposed to do. It's supposed to make you feel like, okay, if you want to be a menace to society, your survival is in question.
Yeah. But it doesn't even take that much, right? Right? Like, so like, it doesn't even take that much. Like, I've seen this so many times. I've seen that situation. I've taken public transportation in the big city for 40 years. I've seen that situation. I've seen me, even though I'm just one man. I've seen the son walk through the train screaming in people's faces and walk right past me because he knows it's going to be a different situation. Not even saying I'm Billy Badass, but what I'm talking about is the Billy Badasses, the little teens that, you know, might be smoking on the train, or, you know what I'm saying, they might be, you know, listening to their iPhone loud audibly and, you know, with no earbuds.
Well, because everybody can sense who is empowered to take up space.
Yeah, like those crazy guys, I'm telling you, they never act like that in those guys' presence.
No,
I'm not talking about
like it's the same as, and I've seen this, you know, you see it when you're around a mixed company, maybe around Oakland or places. If you're at a gas station and there's some kind of scraggly old black lady hustling for change, there can be, let's say there's like 4 or 5 black guys getting gas and there's one white dude. She goes straight past everybody, goes right to the white dude, hits him up.
Right.
Because she knows perfectly well that everybody else is going to tell her to you better get the fuck out of my face, old lady. Your fault, give you some change, I'll give you a smack upside your head. And it's like, that's considered normal. Now, if the white person did that instead, oh, well, now she's got grounds to get resources in another way. She'll look around and say, record this.
Right, definitely.
It's a different kind of payout.
Speaking of black women, let's see this, man. Salute to everybody out there, man. Hour 4. I mean, I think we're in the hour 5.
But y'all, I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America.
Oh yeah, she went to Ghana. She's one of those ones. She's one of the people that went to went to Ghana. Because you know a lot of black people are going to Ghana. Ghana's offered black Americans free citizenship and whatnot.
Check it out.
I think the $5,000 check should
go
help pay
back
for
to
that.
America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scams, the bullshit too expensive, the bullshit not having no snacks, the bullshit not having no food, the bullshit electricity, the bullshit hot water, the bullshit what's that shit called that be coming down?
Not having no snacks.
The bullshit animals and scorpions outside the house. It's big ass spiders. It's big ass lizards. Colorful lizards you ain't never seen before. All in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you.
So what she's saying is, thank
People
you,
trying to
white
scam you when you go
Americans.
outside, thinking you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this shit. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy. Please comment down below, because for me, I'm ready to go. And I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be. And I'm going to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my businesses back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office and all the stuff that I was going to do out here in America. Steady electricity. And the only time our electricity get cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now, we got prepaid electricity. So if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing and it comes right back on in 2 minutes. In less than 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday. I can't deal. I love people. Don't get me wrong. When I'm outside, I'm having fun. I love people. But when I come back to reality, when you come back home, home is where the heart is, right? When you come back home, you're supposed to feel comfortable. You're supposed to be happy. I'm not happy. To live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and sheep and
She's saying thank you for the racism.
malnourished cows.
Yeah, she would rather see, rather than malnourished cows, she would rather see rednecks and police sniping at her from the bushes.
Go back.
Exactly. Right. The thing she went over there for is completely fictional. And then she went over there story. And she hasn't even seen.
And so is the thing she escaped.
Yeah, she hasn't seen like the best Africa has to offer you?
I closed all my business. We came out here to build Africa. I closed all my business.
Hey, hold on.
Of course, I could have stayed in that colonized as United Snakes of America and dealt with their bullshit. We came out here to.
She's surprised. Like, she didn't think that this would happen. She doesn't know anything about Africa.
Nothing. None of them do.
Look, at the end of the day, you just have to admit, American drywall just tastes better.
I'm telling you. Wow.
She has a lot of faith in sons, though, that she thinks there's a whole continent full of them that will be able to welcome her and provide her a nice life that was so much better than she had in the USA.
Best case scenario, she doesn't get caught in like a civil war or some other religious ethnic cleansing crap.
She's not hunted for her hide and the shade she provides.
We've come to a watering hole where the dogs can have a drink, the guys can fill up some bottles. Look here, it's thirsty work. You can see
There's an Indian guy shitting.
Thousands of years living here, they're just used to drinking what would be water that would destroy our bodies. But for them, I suppose they have processes and enzymes that break down the bacteria in these muddy pools, so they can fill up these water bottles they find on the route and then just drink it straight from here. Imagine if I tried that. Imagine the diarrhea I would have if I drank even a drop of this water. But for these guys, not a problem. We've come to a watering hole.
Fair trade.
That's not good.
And what do you mean, these guys?
You know who we're talking about.
Point of privilege. Can we please not use gendered language? Wait, man.
Woke South African glider? Do they exist?
Wait. Was that someone on the panel, or was that one of the clips?
Man, this is crazy, man. Black people just don't understand.
Do you ever watch that? Do you ever watch that History Debunked guy, that old British guy?
Yeah,
he did a really good one. He did Simon. He did a really good one about how Michelle Obama was talking about how, as black women, they've never had a place to have a voice and they don't feel like they're heard. And he did a really. I put it in the chat back here if you want to take a look at it. It's only like 3 minutes long and it's worth every second. His timing is unbelievable. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing that she would say something so fucking, like, she's so out of touch with the real, like, Keisha and Shaniqua, they literally have no filter. Like, just look at the video we showed you a few videos ago. The sun woman orientation in public towards anybody is just.
Very clear. The regular viewers of this channel know that I always try and avoid generalising, especially about nationalities and ethnic groups. But sometimes the temptation to do so is simply irresistible. I was prompted to think
British
when I read that Michelle Obama, wife of the former American president, was claiming that black women are too apt to remain silent and that they show a marked reluctance to stick up for themselves. In the description to this video, I give a couple of links to this. I am bound to say that I gasped audibly on learning of this extraordinary claim. One might make any number of off-the-cuff judgments about black women, but the idea that they are too quiet and feel unable is certainly not the first thing which would spring to my mind. Anybody who has encountered a group of black women on either side of the Atlantic will probably be unlikely to pass them in the street and then remark, "What a sober, modest and self-effacing bunch of people." In the same way, those of us who have been present in shops or other public spaces And being near a black woman who feels that she has been slighted, ignored, or cheated will perhaps find the idea that this group are hesitant about complaining a novel one. Often, under such circumstances, one is able to hear the complaints from a mile away. Not all black women, of course. I've certainly known shy and quiet black women, but these individuals do tend to be outliers. As a rule, most black women are at least as likely to voice their displeasure as anybody else, and some would say that they are more likely to do so than some. Perhaps, though, I am being unjust. It may be that Michelle Obama is right. After all, she is herself a modest, retiring woman who hesitates to express her views and opinions volubly, is she not? Perhaps it is true that black women should make more fuss, make more of themselves, and not let others ride roughshod over them. I would be sorry to think that this really was the state of affairs, either in this country or in the United States. Perhaps the quietness and shyness of black women is one of those hitherto unacknowledged problems which we have all failed to notice, and it needed a thoughtful and sensitive reminder of this situation from the famously reticent Michelle Obama, who has at last had the courage to speak out and remind us of a truth which would otherwise have been completely overlooked.
That's how he's able to stay on the air, I guess, or on YouTube. He just
folks, a black chef.
Yeah, man. Any final thoughts, man?
Thanks for not falling asleep and then having us watch a Roland Martin episode for 15 minutes.
Same black time, same black channel. I'm out of here. Subscribe.